The scorching tip of the sword touched the snowflake, and the beautiful petal instantly melted, burned into nothingness by the clouds on the golden sword, as if it had never appeared. Ning Qiue's pupils shrank. She saw that the mournful snow in the sky had finally dispersed, and the mountain-like killing intent had disappeared. Ling Bai was still standing there quietly. It was as if he had not made a move at all and had not thrown the snowflake. The snow fell again, covering his clothes. Ning Qiue swallowed with difficulty. Her clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and her heart was still beating violently. She knew that Ling Bai had held back. Otherwise, she would not have been so safe and sound even if she had not died from that move. She hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it. The sword attack just now had consumed all her strength. At this moment, any detail could affect her life and death, and her life and death might directly affect the survival of Red Moon City, so she could not die. She did not ask Ling Bai why he had shown mercy, but at least she was not dead yet. She had to work hard to live on, for herself and for the Red Moon City. Yang Yuanshu's eyes widened at the sight before him, and he suddenly screamed, "Why didn't you kill this Juju Nightshade?" Ling Bai ignored her and looked at Ning Qiue. He said, "One move has passed. My mission is complete. If you can survive today, please remember this move. It's called the 9 Dragon Snow, and there will be more wonderful changes waiting for you next time." Wait. Seeing that Ling Bai was about to fly away, Yang Yuanshu hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Lord Night Shadow, you actually showed mercy." Ling Bai, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, "I've shown mercy, so what?" This Baian. Yang Yuanshu was suddenly punched in the chest, and he said with a stifled voice, You've taken the benefits from that lord. You should have used all your strength to kill Ning Qiue with one move. I only promised to use one move. Which ear of yours heard that?" Ling Bai said coldly. "Why you?" Yang Yuanshu was completely dumbfounded as he anxiously said, "Do you still have any morals by doing this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His whole body trembled in fear, as if he would die at any moment. Ling Bai's eyes were filled with killing intent. "A lowly existence like you is no different from a bag of dog shit in front of me. If it wasn't for your master's face, you would have already committed a capital crime by controlling the bodies of these top experts. One more word from you is one more earwax in my ears. If you say another word to me, I'll let your master collect your body." Ling Bai was also a peerless master, and as the saying goes, we appreciate each other. When he saw the 36 corpses of peerless masters being controlled by this dog shit-like man, he was already filled with killing intent. Yang Yuanshu immediately shut his mouth, not daring to make another sound. He was absolutely certain that if he said another word, he would die without a doubt. Ling Bai gave him a disdainful look, then turned around and disappeared into the snow. Damn it! Yang Yuanshu's face turned cold and twisted as he roared madly in his heart. "You dare to look down on me? One day, I will turn you into a dried corpse." Bang! 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 A few moments after Ling Bai left, the bodies of the peerless experts suddenly exploded one by one. They exploded into dust and disappeared into the air. Not only that, but the book of the Nether Ghost formation under the ground seemed to have been broken as well. After a few rays of dim light burst out, the feeling of devouring vitality in Ning Qiue's body suddenly stopped. "Ah!" Yang Yuanshu cried out in pain, completely dumbfounded. None of the treasures he had exchanged for with his entire family's fortune had survived. Bang! Somewhere far away, in the dark hall, the demonic flame on the wall candle glowed, reflecting the thin and long figures of 2 people, which were straightened on the wall. One of them, a skinny old man, was sitting at the head of the table. In a fit of anger, he shattered the coiling dragon's head on the throne with a single palm strike, causing the ground to be covered with jewels and gravel. Ha! Ha ha! The green-robed man couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Do you feel angry that Ling Bai cheated you of a bone of the heavenly exquisite?" The skinny old man's sallow face turned ashen, and his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. The green-robed man sneered. I've told you before. None of these titled martial sovereigns are reliable. You'll have to do everything yourself. Humph. Ling Bai. I'm going to make him part of my collection, the old man said in a cold voice. The green-robed man sneered and said, What's the point of saying this out of anger? You'll only be looked down upon by others. Powerful person never brags. And you really can't do anything to Ling Bai. Now, not only is Ning Qiue still alive, but I've also lost the 36 corpses that I risked my life to bring here. It's really a waste of effort. And I think your precious disciple won't live long. The old man's cold eyes swept over and he stared at the green-robed man. Wei Qing, I know you still have a backup plan. If my disciple dies, I won't let you off. The green-robed man's face was revealed in the dim light. He sneered coldly and said, You miscalculated and didn't listen to my advice, and now you expect me to save you? This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Red Moon City, and I'm not the void martial sovereign Zhuo Qingfan. How am I supposed to save your disciple? The old man snorted. Tang Qing and Ning Qiue have basically controlled the situation in the Red Moon City. I also sealed the end of the world and the Purple Cloud Peak with my secret technique. Tell me what you have done. If you don't put in any effort, how can we cooperate? Wei Qing said coldly, You didn't do anything? Tang Qing made a big scene in Songyang City. If I hadn't manipulated it secretly, he would have been eliminated by the Merchant Union and the people of the Holy Region. The old man flicked his sleeve and said coldly, No need to say more. I know you have set up a trap on the Purple Cloud Peak. However, I misjudged Ning Qiue's strength and Ling Bai's strength. That's why I gave you the opportunity to use it. In short, my disciple cannot die. Humph! Wei Qing snorted and stopped talking. Instead, he walked to the center of the hall and cast a spell. A formation on the ground was activated, emitting a cold light. On the Purple Cloud Peak, Yang Yuanshu's entire body was covered in cold sweat. After the destruction of the 36 treasures, his heart ached for a moment, and he immediately began to feel a bone-chilling killing intent. The killing intent in Ning Qiue's eyes almost materialized. Her beautiful face had never been so cold and angry. But, Lord Qiue, I'm only an accomplice in this matter, not the mastermind. Please spare my life, Lord Qiue. Yang Yuanshu's face turned pale, and his body trembled as he retreated. He was only a secret alchemist. Once his secret technique lost its effect, he would be completely useless in front of a strong person like Ning Qiue. Who is it? Ning Qiue asked coldly. Who is the person behind you? No, I can't tell you, Yang Yuanshu said with a trembling voice. With Lady Kuyu's ability, it's very easy to find out. Please let me go. Ning Qiue's expression was cold. She was too lazy to ask any more questions. She took a step forward and was about to capture Yang Yuanshu and search his soul. Although she had consumed a lot of her yuan power at the moment, dealing with Yang Yuanshu, who had no corpse puppet, was still as easy as killing a chicken. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force shook out from the ground. An array of multicolored light shot up into the sky. It was as if a treasure had been born, and the entire mountain actually split open in the sky under this multicolored light. The two of them were shocked and looked up at the sky in horror. Roar! Another earth-shaking roar came from the mountain. Countless rays of light shot out and gradually gathered on the top of the mountain. The figure was huge and had a dull expression. His body was like a strong man and was full of muscle lumps. He was roaring at Ning Qiue. Every roar was like a huge hammer, making Ning Qiue's chi and blood boil. What shocked her even more was that the ray of light that had just rushed out of the mountain gradually gathered in the air and condensed into a scroll. It gave out tens of thousands of golden lights and opened in the air. There were flowers, insects, birds, beasts, the earth, mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and the sky. Waves of spiritual energy overflowed as the scroll was unfolded. Ning Qiue immediately recognized the scroll and cried out, Picturesque landscape! The scroll was surrounded by a bright light. It flew down slowly from the sky with a boundless power, like a falling star. Even the entire purple cloud peak began to collapse under this unparalleled force. Ning Qiue's face turned pale. She suddenly realized that the giant in front of her was Kuan Nu, and the scroll was also a Peak Shen artifact from the Holy Region. She said angrily, "So the person behind the scenes is actually Wei Qing, that damn Wei Qing." At this moment, she had no origin power left in her body. Although she had taken a large number of medicinal pills, her recovery was still extremely slow. The power of the picturesque mountains and rivers pressed down on her until she could not breathe. There was also Kuan Nu's loud roars, which continuously shook the qi and blood in her body. The past few years should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 different styles, who can I talk to? Ning Qiue chanted indifferently. Strange runes appeared on her armor, which immediately repelled all the power of sound waves. Various patterns appeared on the golden sword, and the power of the profound level weapon rippled out. The shadow of a pigeon was formed in the sky, as if it was going to break through the sky. The golden light on the battle suit jolted the power of the sound waves back. Kuan Nu cried out a few times and immediately dispersed into countless rays of light, flying into the sky and condensing again. However, the form that he had formed this time had a drastic change in expression. The aura on his body had also changed. A cold and sharp intent seemed to penetrate through Kuan Nu's eyes, staring at him from an infinite distance. Ning Qiue's heart turned cold and she shouted angrily, "Wei Qing, you're Wei Qing!" Kuan Nu did not say a word and stared coldly. The picturesque landscape fell into his hands, like a scholar holding a painting and reading it with his head lowered. "You!" Ning Qiue was furious and said, "You are the one who schemed against our Red Moon City." The sword qi in her hand surged with monstrous power. Her whole body rose with the shadow, and a power that could cut through everything rushed out from the sword light. Kuan Nu held the painting scroll and read it. He looked at the sword qi rushing up, but his face remained expressionless. He threw the picturesque landscape out, and a 10,000-mile landscape instantly appeared in front of him, suppressing the golden qi. The two forces clashed on the purple cloud peak, but neither of them had a clear winner. Ning Qiue's face suddenly changed. She used her sword technique and gritted her teeth to increase her power again. Her sword light was about to break through the suppression. Kuan Nu seemed to be fearless. He slowly raised his hand, and the golden light on his fingertips was dazzling. One after another, incantation seals were sent into the painting scroll, suppressing the power of the sword qi. Ning Qiue's heart suddenly sank. With just this move, she had already understood that the other party had seen her weakness, which was that she had exhausted a lot of yuan power and could not continue. As long as she was like a trapped beast, suppressing her with the power of the vast mountains and rivers, she would win without a doubt. Ning Qiue was anxious, but she had no idea what to do. Although the other party's method was despicable, it was the most effective. This battle had completely become a competition of strength. Wei Qing's strength was continuously transmitted from the Great Hall thousands of miles away to Kuan Nu through the formation, maintaining the state that just suppressed Ning Qiue. Ning Qiue had fallen into his trap out of anger. Otherwise, with her strength, she would not have been suppressed like a trapped beast no matter how much she had consumed. As time passed, his true yuan had already been depleted by less than half after receiving Ling Bai's white snow. Now, under the constant flow of energy, the true yuan in his body began to collapse. The mountains and rivers slowly descended from the sky. Am I going to die? This thought came to Ning Qiue's mind and she smiled. For so many years, he had been living like a walking corpse every day. He had only been able to raise his spirits for a few days, and now he was really about to welcome death. Wasn't this too ironic? However, it didn't matter if she died. She didn't need to think too much. Perhaps she would meet him again. Ning Qiue smiled indifferently. Thinking of the person in her heart, tears flashed in her eyes. She looked up at the sky. In the endless snow, there seemed to be a handsome figure coming down from the sky and walking toward her. Big Brother Morong, are you? Ning Qiue asked indifferently. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Under the blood-red moon, the figure she had missed for a long time appeared. She knew it was an illusion before she died. But she was very happy. That year, she was in alluring red, with a faint smile and lowered eyebrows. That year, his clothes were whiter than snow, and Wu Ling was young. Meeting each other on a narrow road in her lifetime, she was not spared, and entangled curves suddenly grew out of her palm. Love can't last for more than a day. You can't keep it and you can't count the fleeting years. That year changed his life. Destiny is not something I can control. I turned around, and you're already a light year away from me. Ning Qiue smiled happily. You must take me with you this time, brother Morong. Under the blood moon, Morong Zhu's sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if he couldn't feel Ning Qiue's burning expectation. He turned around coldly, stepped into the air, and walked into the distance. Big brother Morong. Ning Qiue cried out miserably. Her heart was trembling. The power of the picturesque landscape was getting stronger and stronger. Her body was trembling, but her heart was trembling even more. Ning Qiue's tears flowed down like crazy. Looking at Morong Zhu's distant figure, Ning Qiue's heart trembled and broke. A sad song sounded in the sky, and those who heard it cried. Kowtowing on gold thread clothes while falling into the devil. The clouds and water flow, the waves of the sky rise. Sweep away an army of thousands and guide them like a river. Empty embrace of 10,000 worlds. A song of the ages. Morong Zhu's figure trembled slightly. Her feet that were in the air suddenly stopped. Kuan Yu's dull face also raised his head slightly. He seemed to have noticed something and sent another seal into the picturesque landscape. The golden light grew even brighter, trying to kill Ning Qiue as soon as possible. The spiritual energy of the golden battle suit was rapidly depleting under the suppression of the vast landscape. Could no longer hold on. Morong Zhu stood in the distant sky and turned around. The familiar face that she had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of Ning Qiue again. Morong Zhu furrowed her brows. After pondering for a moment, a golden light appeared in her hand. It turned into a halberd in front of her. Then, she raised it high and slashed down. Suddenly, 9 illusionary golden dragons appeared on the halberd. As they roared and circled, the dragons soared into the clouds and crossed the sky. Kuan Yu's expression changed. He raised his sword and created a line of defense on the power that was suppressing Ning Qiue. It spread out in the air like a mirror. The 9 dragons roared as they descended, ruthlessly pressing down on the dozens of layers of defense. They continued to charge forward, forcing Kuan Yu to retreat. Ning Qiue was in a daze for a while. Then she was shocked. She pinched herself a few times and felt a sharp pain. The scene in front of her was not an illusion before she died. Ah! She was completely dumbfounded. She looked at everything in front of her in disbelief, and her tears flowed out uncontrollably, turning her into a crying person. As soon as Tiansi made his move, Ning Qiue immediately broke free from the desperate situation. Kuan Yu's face was filled with disbelief. His mouth was wide open, as if he had fallen into a daze. He was not only looking at Tiansi, but also at the huge moon-like eyeball behind him. He did not know what it was. Finally, his gaze turned to the sky above. The white ball of breathing air had been broken open by someone, and the entrance to the immortal land was slowly closing. In the great hall thousands of miles away, Wei Qing and the skinny old man were both shocked. The entrance to the immortal land has been opened. Who is this person? The hearts of the 2 magnates trembled at the same time, as if they had a bad premonition. On the purple cloud peak, the picturesque defense was shattered by the 9 dragons' sword. The scroll flew up and landed in Kuan Yu's hands. The blue light on Tiansi's forehead flashed as she turned her gaze toward Han Li. Oh? It's an avatar divine ability. Are there still such experts in this era? After Tiansi muttered to himself, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who could be his match in the sky where there were no more experts of the 10 Directions divine realm? The ancient Maha characters appeared on the sharp light of the halberds. They bounced up one by one, condensed into a sharp blade, and shot out. Kuan-Nu's hands formed seals and quickly entered the painting. A landscape appeared and suppressed the Maha-ancient character. Tian's brows furrowed and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. Lord Sinkhole, the eye of the ultimate behind him slowly opened its eyes, and a scarlet gaze stared over. Kuan-Nu was stunned by the gaze of the ultimate. His eyes revealed a look of shock, and even the vast land froze under this gaze. Golden spear flowing shadow. Clear the clouds and reveal the sun. Tian's replied indifferently. The spear in his hand glowed with a golden light, and the ancient Maha characters shone brightly. 10,000 rays of golden light descended from the sky, not only suppressing the aura of the picturesque mountains and rivers, but also piercing through it with a series of bang bang bang. Kuan-Nu's expression changed and his eyes became empty. The sharpness of his dagger axe did not decrease and directly struck his body. In the great hall thousands of miles away, Wei Qing's expression changed as a golden light directly pierced through the array in front of him and slashed at him. Humph! Wei Qing snorted coldly and grabbed the golden light with his big hand. He crushed it after a glance. The golden light spread out and raised the temperature of the entire hall. The scrawny old man was also shocked. He said, "Who is that person? He's actually so powerful. Not only did he break through your picturesque landscape, but he was also able to use your passageway to send an attack here. There are only a handful of people in the world who have such strength." Wei Qing's expression was also very unsightly, and he said coldly, "The world is vast, and there are countless experts. Even you and I don't dare to say that we'll be in control of everything. There's already been a slip-up in the matter of Red Moon City. In the future, we'll meet as little as possible, so it's better to be careful in everything." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The scrawny old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "What about my disciple?" Wei Qing's figure had already disappeared from the hall, and his cold voice came from nowhere. "Let him pray for himself." The scrawny old man's face turned extremely ugly. Under such circumstances, the possibility of his disciple's life being saved was next to nothing. On the purple cloud peak, Kuan-Nu's entire body turned into light after being hit by the power of the dagger axe, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He began to collapse one by one, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Meanwhile, the picturesque scroll in the sky dispersed its spiritual energy and quickly closed up, turning into a golden light that broke through the sky. Tian's eyes stared coldly at the scroll, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. After doing all this, he turned around and was about to leave without even looking at Ning Qiue. "Wait for me!" Ning Qiue hurriedly called out, tears covering her face. She sobbed, "I know you're not him, but please don't leave me." "Foolish!" Tian's turned around and snorted coldly. He no longer paid attention to Ning Qiue and stepped into the sky. In an instant, he had traveled 1,000 miles. The huge blood moon of the ruins of End followed closely behind him and shuttled through the night. Ning Qiue was stunned for a moment. She wiped the tears from her face and turned into a ray of light to chase after him. After a long while, the air above the summit rippled slightly, and Yang Yuanshu's body was revealed. However, his face was abnormally pale and he vomited a mouthful of blood. During the battle between the three masters, he had been using a secret technique to hide in the void and didn't dare to move. He didn't expect that Ning Qiue would let him go in the end. Yang Yuanshu's eyes were filled with shock, as if he still couldn't believe that he had managed to keep his life. After calming himself down, he raised his head to look at the slowly closing world of eternity, his heart in turmoil. The celestial realm sealing technique was developed by his master according to an ancient recipe. It should have been foolproof, but now it was ineffective. Yang Yuanshu's expression was dark and uncertain, and he immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the horizon. In a mountain range adjacent to the purple cloud peak, for maidservants were searching for spiritual herbs. They walked over in groups and searched very carefully, but at the same time, they did not dare to go too deep into the mountain range for fear of encountering demonic beasts. Faint origin energy fluctuations spread out from the four of them, and it was obvious that they were also martial artists, but they were not powerful, only martial lords. They had found a strange flower called the hyacinth. It was light purple and was a 5th-grade spirit herb. It was also accidentally discovered by their wives in this mountain a few days ago. After searching for half a day, he did not manage to pick many hyacinthus. Sister Xiling, we've been in this area for more than half a month. I'm afraid that all the Fengxinzi have been plucked by us, a girl in red said. The girl who was walking in front, Xiling, raised her head and said, "This mountain range is really a treasure land. Not only are there so many hyacinth, but there are also many other spiritual flowers and rare herbs. Let's hurry up and pick as many as we can. These are the main ingredients for the congealing jade pill, and we don't have any in Yuanling City. We have to buy them from other chambers of commerce at a high price every time." The other girl in green laughed. Sister Redwood must be tired again. But it's true. I'm tired every day. I have to be careful in case I encounter any demon beasts. But no matter what, today is the last day, and most of the people in the Red Moon City have left. It's our turn to use the teleportation array. Xiling looked around and said, "The danger zone is up ahead. Let's go back. There are still many things to pack up in the inn, so we might be able to get a queue number today." Yay, long live Sister Xiling. When they heard that, the other 3 girls all cheered and laughed. Xiling was the oldest. She smiled and shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to catch something from the corner of her eye and was shocked. She hurried forward and cried out, "Redwood Verdant, Bayun, come and take a look. There's someone here." The other 3 little girls were startled for a moment. They ran over while chattering, each of them extremely vigilant. Under a bush, a man was lying on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His body was dirty and covered in mud. "Ah!" Sequoia covered his mouth and exclaimed. "So he's a dead man." The 4 women's faces darkened. Although they were also martial lords and had killed some bad guys, none of them felt comfortable when they saw a dirty body lying in front of them. This man must have entered the immortal realm and was killed by the demonic beasts there. He must have been teleported out on the day of the closing, Xianxia said with a pale face. "Don't talk nonsense," Xiling said. "I've heard Madam say that only living beings who enter the end of time will be teleported out. If they die inside, they won't come out. It's very likely that this person was teleported out when he was on the verge of death, and then fell here to his death. Even if we were transported to the sky, would a warrior who can enter the world without dying fall to his death?" Xianxia said with a strange expression. The other 3 women were also stunned. It did not make sense. Bayun suddenly said, "Could it be that this person isn't dead? It's been 3 days since planet Tianhuang was closed, and the humidity here is extremely high. If I fell to my death, I would have been bitten by insects. He didn't die? It can't be, right?" Hongshan covered her mouth and hid behind Xiling in fear. Xiling was a 9-stars martial lord and the eldest sister of the crowd. She grabbed in the air, and suddenly a sword appeared in her hand. She used the scabbard to fiddle with the man's body and directly turned him over in the mud. "Arg! It's so ugly." The 4 girls immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The upper half of that person's face was densely covered with blood vessels, and his 2 eyes were swollen like buns, making him look terrifying. Xiling took a step back nervously and said, "This person really isn't dead. He seems to have fainted from severe injuries." "This person is too ugly," Hongshan said with a squeak. "Is he a human or a demonic beast?" Bayun mustered up her courage and stepped forward to take a look. She said, "This person is actually quite good-looking. It seems that he has some kind of chronic illness, which is why his eyes have become so terrifying. Should we save him? Save him? Don't joke around." Sequoia was shocked and urged, "Let's hurry up. I don't know if this person is good or bad. If he wakes up, he might attack us." Xianxia nodded and agreed with Sequoia. "I don't think he's a bad person," Bayun said softly. "But what if he's a bad guy?" Hongshan asked. Bayun did not say anything else. After all, the 4 of them were too weak. If they really met a bad person, they would basically have no power to protect themselves. Ziling hesitated for a moment and said, "This person's injuries are too severe. Even if he's a bad person, he won't be able to attack. Let's bring them back. Perhaps Madam can cure his injuries. Even if he's a bad person, we have no need to be afraid with everyone around. Bring him back." The three girls revealed looks of disbelief. Only Baiyun nodded slightly. Ziling didn't know why, but she just felt that saving this person in front of her. Maybe it was just an instinctive kindness? She couldn't explain it herself. The man in front of them was too dirty, and no one was willing to touch him. The four women quickly made a stretcher and lifted the man up, heading towards Red Moon City. It had been 3 days since the end of the world closed, and most of the bustling people in the entire Red Moon City had left. Due to the large number of people, the Red Moon City adopted the method of queuing to open the teleportation array. Of course, those with great origins did not need to queue. These days, the entire Red Moon City was in an extremely strange atmosphere. Except for some small-ranked leaders who were still maintaining order, no high-level officials of the Red Moon City could be seen. Of course, that night when the 2 ninth-grade battleships flew across the sky and Tang Qing led the Four Extremes sect to force them to abdicate, most people still remembered it clearly and would not forget it. In the past 3 days, there had been many rumors that Xianxia, the city lord of the Red Moon City, had fallen in the end of the world, and that Tang Qing was very likely to take over the position of the city lord of the Red Moon City, which made people even more anxious. If the Red Moon City really changed hands, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the world. The impact would probably be so great that it would directly surpass the death of Gu Feiyong back then. Many people from the 7 superpowers had stayed in the city to inquire about the situation. They had sent people to the city lord's mansion many times, but they were all ordinary small leaders who came out to receive them. They could not see any higher-ups. However, on the 3rd day, the Red Moon City finally issued an announcement to accept the Four Extremes sect. The entire city was shocked and the news spread like wildfire. Red Moon City was an existence formed by many forces, so it was normal for new forces to join. However, this time they were accepting the Four Extremes sect, which had caused an uproar in Songyuyang City. Whether it was the Four Extremes sect's strength or what they had done in the past few days, this would be something that would attract the attention of the entire continent. The direction of Red Moon City, as well as the power structure of the eastern region, might have a tremendous change from this. Everyone seemed to be foretelling the arrival of an even bigger storm. The 7 superpowers seemed to be more concerned about another matter, and that was the life and death of City Lord Jiang Churen. It seemed to have become a mystery. At the ancestral spirit ruins, the people of the 7 great sects all saw that Jiang Churen seemed to have met an extremely powerful opponent. Combined with all kinds of rumors, they all seemed to point to the same ending, and that was Jiang Churen had already fallen. If that was the case, then as the Four Extremes sect joined the Red Moon City, the first thing that would break out would definitely be a bloody power struggle. The situation of the 3 strongest powers in the Red Moon City would soon change. In the past few days, many merchants and small vassal forces of the Red Moon City had also begun to take numbers and line up, waiting to be teleported out of this troublesome place. In an inn, Yong Tianyun and her disciple had already packed up and were planning to return to the Sea of Soul Formation. They had also gained a lot from this trip to the end of Earth and the end of Heaven, and they were about to return to Cultivate. There were also a few people from the MU family. They were supposed to leave a long time ago, but they had been delayed here for 3 days because of something. Fu Yu's figure appeared on the street and instantly appeared in front of them. He shook his head with a gloomy expression. The light in Yong Tianyun's eyes finally dimmed down. He looked up and sighed. The sky should be clear after the heavy snow, but this Red Moon City has been gloomy for 3 days. It's not a good sign. A cold smile appeared on Mu Hong's face as he said, "That Li Yunxiao is just one of the countless meteors in the sky, and he's only going to disappear in a flash. His fate is to shine for a moment. I just realized that he's not dead," Mu Fenghua suddenly said. Mu Hong was taken aback, but then he smiled and said, "Fenghua, I understand what you're thinking. You want to find a strong opponent to fight, but unfortunately Yunxiao can't. He's just a shooting star and you're going to be a star." Mu Fenghua remained silent, but his eyes flickered as Yunxiao's figure appeared in his mind. and his blood immediately boiled. This was a warrior's instinct, the respect for the opponent. His blood was still burning, which meant that the person was definitely not dead. "Master, he has been in seclusion for 3 days," Fuyu said. "All the people who have been teleported out are within 100 miles of the Purple Cloud Peak, and they have basically all returned to Red Moon City. That Li Yunxiao is probably dead." Yong Tianyun sighed and said, "I don't think that Li Yunxiao is a short-lived man. Perhaps God has other arrangements. Let's go back to the city. This incident in Red Moon City is truly frightening. I'm afraid that this is only the beginning of the chaos." Mu Hong laughed. "Elder Tianyun, you're worrying too much. It's just the death of a city lord. Moreover, I see that with the addition of the 4 Extremes sect, the strength of the Red Moon City will only increase. The existence of such a superforce is very beneficial to the peace and stability of the continent." "I hope so." Yong Tianyun's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost that couldn't be removed. "Let's go," he said. The group immediately left the inn and headed towards the teleportation zone. Not long after they left, Ziling and the other 3 carried the seriously injured ugly man into the inn and went straight to the few rooms in the backyard. "Madam, we're back." As soon as they entered the inn's backyard, in a remote small courtyard, Ziling and the others hurriedly carried the stretcher in. There were already quite a few people gathered in the small courtyard. They were all packing their things and preparing to leave. When they saw 4 people carrying a stretcher, they were all stunned. A woman's voice came from inside. "I was just about to crush the jade tablet to call you back. It's almost our turn, you've come back just in time." The door creaked open and a beautiful woman walked out. She frowned and said, "What is this?" Ziling blushed and said, "Madam, we were picking hyacinthus in the mountains when we suddenly saw a person who had fainted in the mountains. So, Xianxia saved him." A trace of anger flashed across the beautiful woman's face as she rebuked, "This is not our Tianling city. How many times have I taught you not to cause trouble? Did you just turn a deaf ear to my words?" When Ziling and the other 3 saw the beautiful woman reprimanding them, they immediately panicked and knelt down to admit their mistakes. This beautiful woman was the person in charge of their Ink Feather Merchant Association. She was called Madame G and had great power. The president of the Chamber of Commerce had died in an accident many years ago, and the entire Chamber of Commerce was now on her shoulders. She had always been a woman of her word. The beautiful woman rebuked, "Red Moon City is one of the 7 superpowers in the world. Now it's a time of trouble. If we provoke anything, we may be consigned to eternal damnation. The 4 of you are getting more and more audacious. It's been a long time since you've forgotten the taste of punishment." When the 4 women heard this, their faces turned pale with fear. Their bodies trembled, and they kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. "Mother, you don't have to blame the 4 of them too much. After all, they did it out of kindness." A white-robed man walked out from the courtyard. He was steady and powerful, and his body faintly emitted elemental energy fluctuations. He was clearly an expert. When his wife saw her beloved son, her heart immediately softened. She said softly, "Zijin, you only know how to cultivate. You don't know how dangerous the world is. Besides, this is the Red Moon City, where the masters of the world gather. It's also a time of trouble. I've been worried these few days and I can't wait to fly back to Tianling City." "Mother, you worry too much. How can there be so many evil things in the world?" His son chuckled. He looked at the ugly man on the stretcher and said in surprise, This person's injuries are so strange. The upper half of his head is almost swollen, and there are signs of festering. Is he poisoned?" His wife was also a little shocked. It's also possible that he used a demonic-type skill, so he suffered a backlash from the cultivation method. "Let's leave the Red Moon City first. If we miss the number, we'll have to get a new card." GZD nodded and said, "Let's go first. This man is too seriously injured. If we want to save him, we'll have to meet up with Uncle Nan and the others. With Uncle Nan's strength as a 7th-tier alchemist, it will be easy for him to cure this man." "You really dare to ask?" His wife laughed. "Uncle Nan, a 7th-tier alchemist, is taking this too lightly. Everyone was talking and laughing as they walked out of the inn. Ling and the other three secretly heaved a sigh of relief and broke out in a cold sweat. If the madam was angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. The other three women all glared at her, showing a hint of blame. Ling laughed bitterly and could only give her a look to express her apology. The ugly man naturally didn't need the four women to carry him. The warriors in the family helped to carry him. The group of more than 20 people headed towards the teleportation area. Along the way, everyone talked and laughed. It was obvious that they were in a good mood as they were about to leave the Red Moon City. I have indeed gained a lot from this trip to the end of Earth and the end of heaven, Zidu said. I will go into seclusion after I return and try to break through to the Seven Stars Martial Venerable Realm. His wife's face was filled with surprise and excitement. If you can break through to the Seven Stars Martial Supreme, you will be a high-level Martial Supreme. Then, we will have a stable position in Tianling City. His wife was so happy that she cried. She couldn't help but hold her son's hand in excitement. Mother, don't be happy too early. I'm just fighting for it. His son laughed. In short, you are my pride, his wife said. With your talent, there will definitely be no problem. When the group of people heard that Ziki was about to break through to the rank of a high-level Martial Supreme, they were all overjoyed. As the saying goes, when a person attains the Tao, his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. When the master's strength becomes stronger, the servants would also feel that their status had increased. There was still a long line in the teleportation area, and they were all teleported by number. They also checked all kinds of people very strictly, as if they were looking for someone. Everyone was under the strict control of the Imperial Guards and didn't dare to make a sound. The atmosphere was very serious. The line kept moving forward, and it was finally the Ink Feather Merchant Association's turn after a while. The one in charge of the inspection was a thin, middle-aged man. He looked at the ugly man on the stretcher and was shocked. He shouted, "Wow, this ghost! This is a patient from our Chamber of Commerce." His face was poisoned, which is why he's like this, said his wife. The thin man's eyes revealed a suspicious look. He snorted and then dared to look at the person on the stretcher again. He frowned and said to himself, other than the top half of the head that looks like a ghost, why do I feel like there's something weird? What's the matter? Hurry up and let us in. There are so many people waiting in line. Just as the thin man was starting to get suspicious, he suddenly jumped up with a loud roar. He saw Zhu Jingyi glaring at him and shouting, "This lady is my friend. Are you trying to extort her?" The thin man was shocked and quickly waved his hand. "Brother Zhu, you must be joking. I wouldn't dare to do that. Turns out that you're one of us." "Madam, please, please." His wife looked stunned as she sized up Zhu Jingyi. She didn't have any impression of this fatty. After hosting the Chamber of Commerce for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. It was normal for him to forget about them. But with Zhu Jingyi's physique, it was impossible for him to have forgotten them completely. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Zhu Jingyi waved his hand impatiently and said to the back of the group, "Everyone, keep up. Hurry up." Madame E didn't hesitate any longer. She walked forward, paid the primeval stones, and entered the huge formation in front. Soon, the light of teleportation lit up, and the people of Ink Feather Merchant Association disappeared from the Red Moon City. Zhu Jingyi then turned around, an inexplicable look of joy flashing in his eyes. He no longer cared about the teleportation and ran into the city. Tianling City was one of the cities in the eastern region, but it was not the main city. One had to go through Long Valley City to reach there. Long Valley City was one of the main cities in the eastern region. Ink Feather Trade Union had also opened a branch here. Mrs. Yi's plan was to wait for her son to become a high-level martial honor before moving their headquarters to Long Valley City. After all, with the strength of a high-level martial honor, he would have a foothold even in Long Valley City. "Haha, Madam E, Zijin, you've made me wait for a long time." The people from Ink Feather Merchant Association soon arrived at their branch. Immediately, a ruddy old man walked out with a bright laugh. Without waiting for Ji Foreign to speak, Zijin stepped forward and said, "Uncle Nan, Uncle Nan, you don't know our pain, said his wife with a smile. You alchemists have special privileges to cut the queue and teleport, but we have to wait for the number. ZD hurriedly said, Uncle Nan, come and take a look. This is a warrior we met on the road. I don't know how he was injured to this extent. Can you use your magical hand to save his life? This child is really insensible. His wife reprimanded. With Uncle Nan's status, how can he make a move at will? Let the few alchemists of our Chamber of Commerce see it. It's fine. Uncle Nan stroked his beard and smiled. He also saw the stretcher behind the crowd. The warriors hurriedly carried the stretcher to the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Nan began to spread out his divine sense to check the ugly man. Everyone waited quietly. First, Uncle Nan was just curious. As he continued to investigate, his expression began to become strange. Then he was confused, then serious, and finally stunned and at a loss. His wife and the others watched quietly from the side, not daring to disturb him. They all felt a little strange when they saw the change in Uncle Nan's expression. What's up with this person? After a long time, Uncle Nan finally asked in a serious tone. Ziling hurriedly said, We found him when we were picking Feng Xinzi outside the purple cloud peak of the Red Moon City. He was already like this when we found him. He must have been injured to this extent when we were old. Oh, Uncle Nan said in realization. It turns out that he was injured in an ancient place. No wonder it's so strange. This person looks like he's dead yet not dead, and he doesn't look like he's alive. I've never seen such a situation before, so I'm afraid I can't help him. What? Even you, Uncle Nan, can't do anything about it? This time, even his wife was surprised. Uncle Nan was a peak 7th-tier alchemist. In her eyes, he was almost omnipotent, but even he could not do anything. Uncle Nan said, There are many reasons for people to fall into this state of suspended animation. However, most of the time, they can only rely on their own will to live. If Foreign wants to help him, you can only take a 5 elements restoration pill for him to consume. Perhaps it can slightly increase his chances of survival. His wife's face changed, and she said, Forget it. I don't even know this person. How can I waste a 5 elements restoration pill? That's an 8th grade spirit medicine, worth tens of thousands of gold. She glanced at Ziling and said, This person was brought back by the 4 of you. You 4 can deal with him. The 4 maidservants were all stunned. How could they deal with such a person who was neither alive nor dead? A warrior secretly transmitted his voice and said, Just move it to a random place outside the city and throw it away. Ziling's face turned pale and she shook her head slightly. The other 2 maidservants were also unwilling to care about it. In the end, only Baiyun was willing to help. The 2 of them carried the person into the woodshed and temporarily placed him there. The woodshed was very simple and crude. One night, the moonlight shone in and shone on the ugly man. The ugly man's body seemed to have changed slightly. If one looked carefully, one would find that his body had begun to emit a faint golden light. His skin seemed to be emitting a soft white light. When the moonlight fell on his body, it seemed to be directly absorbed. Inside the Divine Realm tablet, due to Yunxiao's soul being severely injured, it was extremely dark at the moment. The entire sky was shrouded in gloom, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone's face was solemn. Even Duan Yu and the other elders who had come in first had never seen such a scene. The state of the Divine Realm tablet was closely related to Yunxiao's life and death. If Yunxiao died, the space would immediately become ownerless again, and the people inside would never be able to get out until the Divine Realm tablet found a new owner. Another possibility was that the Divine Realm tablet had also collapsed, and this world had flowed directly into the void, floating in the sky of the heavenly martial arts realm, and eventually died out. Or, by chance, it had slowly evolved into an existence like the 4 great celestial realms. The people in the Divine Realm tablet all looked terrible, and they all gathered at Mount Inch. However, even Yuan Gaohan couldn't solve this problem and could only leave it to fate. There was only a green shadow shuttling through the dusky sky, as if looking for something. It was the demonic dragon in its dragon form, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Finally, he stopped in the sky above a fiery red land and landed on a huge red rock. Under the rock was a small tree that was lush and green. It was out of place in this gloomy sky. "Lil Wu, we'll have to rely on you to save her this time," the demonic dragon said. The small tree transformed into the appearance of a young child and said in shock and anger, "Don't try to target me for everything. This is a matter of life and death," the demon dragon said. "You have to be willing, no matter what." His body was also flickering and drifting. His soul and Xianxiao's soul were symbiotic, and they were bound together for good or bad. "He's overestimating himself," Xiao Wu sneered. He triggered the karmic fire to burn his body. Now, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are almost all burned. "Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to do anything, let alone now. I remember you promised Li Yunxiao that you would give him a trace of Tai Celestial Qi," the dragon frowned. "I wonder if it still counts." Lil Wu's body trembled as he said, "Of course it does, but are you sure you want it now? The Great One Celestial Qi is formed when the world was born. If he absorbs it with his cultivation at the peak of martial arts, it's very possible for him to step into the 10 directions divine realm under this sky. If he absorbs it in his current state, he might be able to save his life, but he will lose the chance to become a god." "How can you become a god if you're dead?" the demonic dragon snorted. "Now, other than your Great One Profound Qi, where else can I find a way to save his life? If Yunxiao is really dead, the Phoenix Divine Fire will also dissipate in the world, and you won't be able to absorb the power of the Divine Fire so comfortably every day." "All right, we'll do as you say. I only have a trace of the Great One Profound Qi, and I've fulfilled my promise by giving it to him. From now on, you're not allowed to ask me for anything for any reason." "I won't come to you," the dragon snorted. "This is Li Yunxiao's business. I can't promise you on his behalf." A hint of anger flashed across Lil Wu's face, but it quickly turned into a helpless expression. How could he not be exploited when he was rooted in someone else's territory? After all, he had lived for countless years, while Yunxiao could only live for a few hundred years at most, and these few hundred years would pass by in no time. Lil Wu said, "You can leave now. I'll transfer this trace of profound qi into his body. It's enough to heal all the damage to his physical body. However, his soul is burning too badly. I can't guarantee that it can be completely restored. If even the ultimate mystical qi can't save him, then what else in this world can?" The demonic dragon's expression changed. After he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash, disappearing into the sky. Lil Wu's expression turned serious, and his face soon disappeared from the small tree. In the woodshed, under the moonlight, Yunxiao's body began to undergo abnormal changes. Suddenly, a faint yellow aura appeared in his dantian. It was as thin as a gossamer and slightly rotated. If one looked closely, they would find that it was like a strange symbol that was constantly rotating. It became brighter and brighter, and it continued to give rise to traces of aura, which spread in all directions. Within his soul, the demonic dragon nervously looked over. This kind of thing that was born when the world was just born was a legendary thing even in the era where true spirits were rampant. No one had ever seen it before, and they were all afraid of its power. After Yunxiao was rescued by Jiang Churin in the end of time, Yutong began to fight with him for the control of his body, while Yunxiao continued to burn his soul with the determination to die, rather dying with Yutong. The brave won when they met on a narrow road, so Yutong naturally refused to die with him and finally yielded. After the fire of karma in his soul was extinguished, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were severely burned, and his life was hanging by a thread. Even the demon dragon was greatly affected and extremely weak. Yunxiao's will had dissipated directly, leaving only a faint soul light in a trance. It was only when Tiansi broke the seal and fought his way out from the depths of the earth and the entire immortal land was sealed that he was immediately transported out. He fell into the mountain range near the purple cloud peak and was carried back by Ziling and the other 4 girls. At this moment, the thread of Great One Celestial Qi was slowly spreading out in his body. It seemed that there were no changes. It gradually condensed into a small ball of qi and was still growing, but the speed was extremely slow. After a night, it was only the size of a fingernail. The demonic dragon was anxious. The people from Ink Feather Merchant Association seemed to have something to do in Long Valley City, so they stayed here. Ziling came to check on Yunxiao almost every day, and from time to time, she would put some medicinal pills into his mouth and try to make him swallow them. This morning, he came over again, took out a white pill, and stuffed it into Yunxiao's mouth. A voice suddenly came from behind him. "You're really generous, even letting him swallow a 5th-tier condensed jade pill." Ziling was shocked, and then she said angrily, "Bai Yun, you're scaring me." Bai Yun, who was behind him, sighed. "I saw you running here all day these few days, so I followed you to take a look. I didn't expect you to swallow the condensed jade pill that Madam gave you. That's a 5th-tier medicinal pill, and it's worth thousands of gold. This is all thanks to the blessing of Picking Feng Xinzi in the Red Moon City. Madam was so happy that she gave each of us one." Ziling smiled bitterly. "Medicinal pills are originally used to save people. These few days I have continuously given him a lot of 2nd and 3rd grade spirit pills, but there seems to be no reaction. So I can only try this condensed jade pill. I hope it will have an effect." "Even Uncle Nan is helpless," Bai Yun said. "How can you do anything? Besides, we're not related to him. A condensed jade pill is too much for us. I've already eaten. It's too late to regret it now." Ziling sighed. "I'm going to accompany young master to the city square. Today is the start of the annual city square in Long Valley City. Young master can look forward to it for a long time." A strange look flashed in Bai Yun's eyes. She smiled enviously and said, "Sister Ziling is the young master's favorite. Maybe one day she will have the opportunity to be accepted by the young master." Ziling's face was red from embarrassment. She raised her hand and hit Bai Yun. "You dare to make fun of me!" The two girls giggled as they fought. Bai Yun said with a serious expression, "All right, Sister Ziling, go quickly. Don't let the young master wait too long. Moreover, what I just said is not completely without basis. Among Madam's 4 personal maidservants, only Sister Ziling is the most favored by Madam and young master. If one day you are lucky enough to be accepted by young master, don't forget us sisters." Ziling said shyly, "Young master is such a world-shaking figure. How could he have taken a fancy to me? There are so many women from wealthy families who want to be young master's concubine, but they have all been rejected by the madam." Bai Yun blinked her eyes and giggled. "Foreign rejected it in order to let Sister Ziling take the position." "Yeah, you're really asking for a beating," Ziling said. The two of them laughed and fought for a while more before leaving the woodshed. A moment later, the demon dragon's soul emerged from Yunxiao's body and stood in front of him. "What kind of nonsense is this?" He slapped his palm on Yunxiao's body, shaking the condensed jade pill out of his hand and crushing it with a casual squeeze. Although these low-grade medicinal pills had little effect on Yunxiao, he was in a life-and-death situation, and he could not afford to be affected by them. The demonic dragon was performing a few incantation gestures with both hands, setting up a restriction around the woodshed to conceal all the aura inside, so that no one would notice the changes in Yunxiao's body. After that, he returned to Yunxiao's body and tried his best to stabilize the weak soul light so that it would not go out. Yunxiao's body did not seem to have changed much over the past few days, but his injuries were indeed slowly recovering. The wisp of supreme mystical qi in his body had grown to the size of an egg, hanging motionlessly in his dantian. It was night time, and Yunxiao, who was still lying under the moonlight, was also emitting a faint golden light as he slowly recovered. The egg-like Xian energy seemed to be showing some changes. A trace of power began to slowly overflow and then became stronger and stronger. It was like countless ditches and streams, gradually converging into a big river, then into a stream and finally into the sea. "There's finally some change." The demonic dragon opened its eyes and became extremely nervous. No one knew what would happen to such a legendary object, not even the Kunwu divine tree itself. The force first rushed into Yunxiao's body, clearing all his extraordinary meridians and seeping into every inch of his muscles, bones, and bones. In an instant, His whole body became bright, and golden light shone in all directions. Fortunately, there were restrictions set up by the demonic dragon in the surroundings. The entire woodshed was illuminated with a golden light, but no light could be seen outside. The terrifying look around Xianxiao's eyes began to gradually recover. His red meridians faded one by one and eventually disappeared, and his swollen eyes returned to normal. His handsome face had completely recovered, and aside from the golden color, his skin was also as smooth as jade, faintly containing a multicolored light. September 3rd was the Memorial Day of the Great Anti-Japanese War, with 35 million casualties and victory. From that time on, in order to fight against the enemies inside and outside, to fight for national independence and the freedom and happiness of the people's heroes who had sacrificed themselves in the past struggles would never be forgotten. Please take care of the war veterans, the wisp of heroic soul today, and the Great Wall of China yesterday. The old soldiers didn't die, they just withered. Not only did his damaged body recover, but it also reached an unprecedented level of strength. It was as if every pore was filled with extremely powerful energy, ready to burst out at any time. After Xianxiao's body was completely repaired, the force finally poured into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and went straight into his soul. The demonic dragon held his breath. His face was filled with horror as he felt the power that was as vast as the sky. It was as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, causing him to feel endless reverence in his heart. He couldn't help but kneel down. In the face of this power, everything seemed extremely small. Under the nourishment of this power, Xianxiao's faint soul light gradually settled down, like a seedling in fertile land absorbing nutrients. It wasn't just the weak soul light. Even the demonic dragon felt his strength increase. His blurry figure also became more solid. All of a sudden, a mass of black demonic energy rushed out of Xianxiao's dantian and rushed out of his body crazily, as if it wanted to break out of the cage. However, it was bounced back by the force of the celestial qi and was trapped in his dantian. The ball of demonic qi revealed the face of the demon lord monarch and fled in all directions in horror. However, no matter what, it could not get out of the place where the celestial qi was. Moreover, with every collision, its power was weakened a little. What is this? It can even devour and absorb my devil essence. The clone of the emperor was really anxious. The power of demonic vitality was also an extremely powerful existence, not even inferior to the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens. He had never thought that there would be something in this world that could devour and absorb him. Stop it, Li Yunxiao. Let's talk this out. The Emperor's clone panicked and began to beg for mercy, but Yunxiao could not hear him. Gradually, the power transformed from the Great One celestial qi slowly spread out and finally dispelled the Emperor's clone completely, devouring it completely. Not only was the demonic qi devoured, but even that small ball of spirit energy was also unable to escape from this profound qi power and quickly dissipated. All the power in Yunxiao's body was assimilated at that moment, leaving only the purest energy of heaven and earth since the creation of the world, which nourished his meridians, body, and soul. In the next few days, Ziling did not come over. Perhaps she was too busy shopping in the market and could not find time. Finally, the strange light in the woodshed gradually dimmed, and Yunxiao returned to normal. He lay there quietly, his eyes still closed. The dragon was a little worried. After a few days of being transformed by the Great One mystic qi, Yunxiao's body had been fully restored to its peak state, and even his soul power had returned to normal, but he still did not wake up. Moreover, the demonic dragon's soul power had also been elevated back to the 9th rank after the transformation. Even if it were to manifest itself, it would be enough to fight a low-level martial emperor powerhouse. When everything reached its peak, the pure energy in Yunxiao's body began to slowly fade. What's going on? The demon dragon was taken aback, and the endless power disappeared little by little in Yunxiao's body, receding like a tide. The Kunwu divine tree. Why is the power of the profound qi gone? Lil Wu's voice was filled with regret as he sighed. As expected, he can't withstand the benefits of the Great One mystical qi in his current state. He's only able to recover from his injuries, but he can't keep this power. It's a pity, a real pity. His tone was filled with extreme regret, dejection, and blame as he complained. If Xianxia knows about this after he wakes up, he will definitely blame you. The demonic dragon was silent for a moment before sneering. If the person is dead, what's the use of good things? You've made the great celestial chi sound so awesome, but why is his strength still at the peak of a martial honor and his soul power only at the peak of the 8th rank? He hasn't broken through yet. The Kunwu divine tree felt that it had been looked down upon and said angrily, "Who told you that the Great One profound chi can help people increase their cultivation?" This was a wisp of clear air produced when the world was first created and the universe was in chaos. It was the wisp of clear air that was closest to the origin of Tao. Under this power that was close to the source, all of Yunxiao's power was assimilated and restored to his peak state. He has failed to break through to the martial supreme realm, and his martial arts foundation is damaged. His realm is also falling continuously. In addition, his soul was almost completely burned by the karmic sin flames. These are all injuries that will definitely kill him, but he has recovered easily with the help of the Great One mystical chi. Moreover, the most important part of the Great One celestial chi is to comprehend the origin of Tao. It's something that's more than 10,000 times more powerful than the laws of a realm. If Yunxiao could sense this trace of mystic chi with the strength of a peak 9 stars martial emperor, it was very likely that he could break through to the 10 directions divine realm. But now it's all gone. What a pity! What a pity! The more the Kunwu divine tree spoke, the more pessimistic it became. It felt as if its heart was being cut by a knife. It was no wonder. After living for countless years, he had only produced this little thing. How could he not feel heartache when he used it as a healing medicine? Oh, I see. The demonic dragon felt that it was a pity as well. However, in that state, the failure to break through to the martial supreme realm would lead to the collapse of the martial Tao foundation, the fall of one's realm, and the burning of 70 to 80% of one's soul. There was nothing that could be done. Based on what the Kunwu divine tree said, Yunxiao's injuries should have been fully healed. Moreover, he had also discovered that the demon master's clone had been assimilated by the Great One celestial chi and was no longer there. He did not know what would happen later, whether he was happy or worried. Moreover, his soul power had also recovered to the peak of the 8th rank, and his aura was extremely powerful, but he still did not wake up. When will he wake up? The demonic dragon asked. The Kunwu divine tree said, "That will depend on him. Logically speaking, he should be able to wake up. I think he's unwilling to wake up. Although this kid is usually carefree and full of a hooligan's aura, his self-esteem is still quite strong. This time, his body and mind have suffered a heavy blow, and he needs some time to recover. Time is the best medicine." "Why do I just realize that you're quite philosophical?" the demonic dragon said with a strange expression. "I've lived for countless years." The Kunwu divine tree snorted. "Which living being isn't my descendant?" The demonic dragon was speechless and cold sweat appeared on his face. The moonlight shone on Yunxiao's face, making him look very serene. But under that faint serenity was an indescribable pain, which made this peerless expert not dare to open his eyes, and would rather stay in a coma forever. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the woodshed. If one listened carefully, it was the voice of that verdant girl. "Sequoia, what are you doing?" Then, there was a burst of hurried sounds, as if the redwood had touched something, and it repeatedly made a shoo sound. "Sister Xianxia, are you trying to kill me?" Redwood said anxiously. Xianxia frowned and said, "Are you really going to run away? You'll bring great trouble to Madam and young master if you do this." Sequoia coldly snorted and said, "Now we're truly in trouble. Could it be that you really don't know what kind of evil technique Xian Tong Tong is cultivating? Madam has given the 4 of us to Di Tong Tong to be his maidservants. But that's actually equivalent to ending our lives." Qing Chui's face turned pale as she said, "I've also heard that the second young master of the Xian family practices the art of plucking yin to supplement yang, and he likes to pluck women who are capable in cultivation. Not only that, but he also has a hobby of torturing and killing women. Those who have been plucked by him are regarded as useless dregs of medicine and killed one by one. So you know about it too. Then why don't you run away? Redwood's face was also pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's said that the second young master of the Xian family has ruined at least 8 to 10,000 girls. He's a total disaster. However, he's powerful and is the second young master of the Xian family. No one dares to provoke him. If you and I don't leave, we'll become corpses in the wilderness tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow. Then, should we escape together with Sister Xiling and Sister Baiyun?" Xianxia was also afraid. "I've already called out to Baiyun. She said that since she's a member of the Ink Feather Merchant Association, she should give her body to the Ink Feather Merchant Association. She's really stubborn." "As for Xiling, humph," Hongmu said angrily. "This was all her fault, so she should be the only one to serve that pervert of the Xian family. If it wasn't for the fact that she was valued by the second young master of the Xian family in the market city, and that young Master Ziti was injured because of her, how could she have gotten into such a big trouble that Madame had to spend such a large sum of money to apologize, and even the 4 of us were involved?" Xianxia said, "You can't blame Sister Xiling. It's all because of second young Master Xian's perversion. Sister Xiling has also suffered." Sequoia coldly said, "Humph. I won't say it. Are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, I'll leave by myself, so don't stop me. As a good sister for many years, I advise you to quickly run for your life. You've lived your entire life for the Chamber of Commerce, so this time, you should live for yourself." Then, the sound of Sequoia leaving was heard. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed with extreme fear, "F Madame." The 2 women's faces were as pale as paper, and their hearts sank. They saw their wife standing indifferently at the back door of the small courtyard. Under the moonlight, they felt cold all over. "Efren Xianxian," Hongmu also shouted with a trembling voice. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling so much that he almost knelt down. She did not dare to resist the coercion of his wife over the years. Surprisingly, his wife didn't blame him this time. She just sighed and said, "I know you're not willing to accept this, but how can I? The 4 of you were raised by me and have been by my side since you were young. Although I've always been harsh to you, I've always treated you like my own daughter. How could I bear to send you to your deaths?" Hong Shan suddenly knelt down with a plop and cried in grief, "Madam, madam, please save us. Let another maidservant take our place. We will serve madam with all our hearts, even if we die." Seeing this, Xianxia also knelt down in a hurry and begged for mercy. His wife looked at the 2 of them and sighed, "I also want to find a few random maidservants to replace them, but second young Master Xian said that they must be at least a martial lord. Moreover, they must be beautiful. The 4 of you are the most suitable. You have been orphans since you were young and were adopted by Ink Feather Merchant House. They taught you martial arts and gave you a rich life. It's time to repay the merchant house." Sequoia's body shivered and he cried, "Madam, we don't want to leave your side." There was no expression on Mrs. Yi's face. She said indifferently, "This matter has already been settled. There's no point in begging anymore. Why don't you think of a way to please second young Master Xian? Who knows, he might even spare your lives and let you become his concubines. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Ink Feather Merchant Association." She waved her hand, and 2 warriors immediately came out and took Redwood and Xianxia away without saying anything. "Mrs." He stood quietly in the courtyard, looking at the moon in the sky, and said sadly, "Xiling, you won't blame me, right?" Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the side with slightly red eyes. It was Xiling. She nodded and said, "How could Xiling blame madam? This happened because of me. I'm sorry to madam, young master, and everyone. Although this matter was caused by you, you can't be blamed. As for Zijin's injury, it's not serious. Besides, this matter might be an opportunity to build a good relationship with the Xian family," said his wife. His wife's face became gentle. She stepped forward and held Ziling's hand. "Xiling, among the 4 maidservants, you are the most obedient and have won my heart the most. If it wasn't for this incident, I had originally planned to make you Zijin's concubine. I don't dare. I don't have the fortune to do so, Ziling said in a panic. You're my favorite maidservant, so you don't have to feel inferior, said his wife. I don't think anything will happen to her if she goes to serve second young Master Xian this time. Many girls are still living well after being doted on by second young Master Xian. There are also precedents of her being taken in as a concubine. If you can be accepted as a concubine by second young Master Xian, you will have to rely on Xiling to help the Ink Feather Merchant Association in the future. If I can, I will. Ziling's eyes were slightly red. His wife revealed a smile, took out a jade slip from her hand and handed it to Ziling. These are some of the secret techniques I've collected from the Spring Market Palace. Go back and study them well. You might be able to use them tomorrow night. Although second young Master Xian has a noble status and countless women, he's still a man. As long as he's a man, he'll definitely have a way to control him. Ziling took the jade slip, her face red, and said shyly, Madam, I'll try my best. It's getting late, you should go back and study it, said Ji Fengyan with a satisfied smile. Ziling was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. She looked at the woodshed and said, Madam, can you think of a way to cure the patient? Wan? His wife was confused, but then she said, Are you talking about that ugly woman from a few days ago? You haven't dealt with it yet. She followed Ziling's gaze to the woodshed and said, So you left him there. Fine, since you care so much about this person, I don't know if it's a blessing for him. I promise you, as long as you can successfully become second young Master Xian's concubine, I will give him a 5 elements restoration pill and bring him back from the dead. Thank you, my lady. Ziling was overjoyed. The 5 elements restoration pill was an 8th grade spirit herb. In her opinion, it was definitely a divine pill. Anyone who took it could come back to life. That ugly man could be saved this time. To his wife, a grade 8 spirit pill in exchange for the loyal help of second young Master Xian's concubine was a good deal. She smiled. After we save him, I will arrange for him to be an outer sect warrior in Ink Feather Merchant House. If he performs well, he will be promoted to the inner sect. Ziling bowed and said, Then I will thank you on behalf of that person. It is getting late. I will go and study the secret technique of the Spring Palace. After Ziling left, Ji Furen pondered alone under the moonlight. Then she waved her hand and a few cultivators immediately came up. After listening to her whispered instructions, they dispersed. Only the moonlight was left in the courtyard, carrying a trace of sadness. On the second day, the entire Chamber of Commerce was bustling with activity because an 8-carrier bridal sedan had appeared at the entrance. The sedan chair was painted with colorful paintings of beautiful women. The women on it were all naked and had a myriad of manners. Each of them smiled charmingly and drank wine together. It was a scene of dissatisfaction. When the people on the street saw the wedding sedan, their expressions changed and they hurriedly dodged, afraid of getting into trouble. This was the personal item of the second young master of the Xian family. It was specially used to pick women. In the past few decades, countless beautiful women had boarded this wedding sedan. Basically, none of them had returned alive. It could be said to be the evilest item in the Long Valley, but no one dared to speak out. Beside the sedan chair were 8 martial artists who were responsible for carrying the sedan chair and a housekeeper who was responsible for picking up and sending beautiful women. He had a fat head and big ears, and his head was full of lard. However, the yuan qi fluctuations that were faintly spreading from his body indicated that he was an extremely powerful expert. The warriors in Ink Feather Merchant House were all dejected and couldn't get their spirits up. His wife, on the other hand, treated bad things as happy things and put on a jubilant look. First, she wanted to build a good relationship with the Xian family, and second, she didn't want to be a joke. The 4 maidservants were all dressed up beautifully, and they were stunning at first glance. However, the men in the Chamber of Commerce were all sighing and did not see their son Zhai. Ziling was the calmest among the 4 women, while Sequoia's reaction was the most intense. She cried so hard that her makeup was all messed up. No, I don't want to go. Sequoia's desperately resisted, crying to death. but she still couldn't do anything. A martial artist directly hit her throat, making her completely quiet and unable to make a sound. The fat steward who had come to welcome them squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Hee, this little girl is spicy enough. Second young master will like her." Hee. The other martial artists who came along also laughed debauchedly. They had also gotten a lot of luck following second young master Xian. Many of the medicinal dregs that had been plucked by second young master Xian did not die on the spot. Instead, they fell into their hands and were toyed to death by these people. Therefore, when these people saw the 4 maidservants of Ink Feather Merchant Association, their eyes lit up, as if they had already foreseen their blissful sex days. Listening to these people's laughter and unscrupulous eyes, even Ziling could not remain calm. Her face turned white, and after glancing at her wife, she directly got into the wedding sedan. His wife calmly smiled at the fat chief steward and said, "The 4 girls are not very sensible. I hope that Lord Steward and second young master Xian can educate them more." "It doesn't matter if you don't know anything," said the fat chief with a smile. "Many young maidens have become obedient and sensible under the second young master's care." He took out a jade bottle and threw it over, saying, "This is the medicine for Ziki. Also, our second young master has already taken note of the matter of the Ink Feather Merchant Association's headquarters moving to Long Valley City." Thank you, sir." Mrs. E was overjoyed. "Stop! You can't leave." Suddenly, a furious roar came, and a beam of light rushed out from the courtyard. It was Easy Jean, who said angrily, "I don't want your medicine. Put the 4 of them down. Ink Feather Merchant Association will never bow down to you." "Zijin, how dare you?" "Stop talking nonsense. Get in." His wife shouted in anger. She chided Easy Jean while smiling apologetically at the fat butler. "My son is insensible. Please don't take offense." The fat majordomo's face revealed a trace of ridicule, and he said with disdain, "Madam, I think your young master hurt his brain. Let's find a few famous doctors to treat this place." "Ha ha!" He pointed at his head and laughed without restraint. "Ha ha ha!" The martial artists behind him were all laughing and mocking him. What a brainless idiot. Does he think this is their Tianling city? He's not allowed to leave. Haha. A 6-star Marshal Supreme might be able to dominate Tianling City, but he's just average in our Long Valley City. TSK. A piece of trash who can't even protect his own maidservant still has the face to appear in this world. You guys didn't see it, but the second young master beat him to a pulp with just 1 move. Haha, of course. The second young master is a peak 9 stars Marshal Supreme. He's just 1 step away from becoming a Marshal Supreme. Perhaps I'll be promoted to a Marshal Supreme directly after using these 4 maids. Izidi was both embarrassed and angry. A burst of origin power exploded, shaking away the surrounding martial artists who rushed to grab him. A sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed up to the 4 maidservants to save them. His wife was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Zidi, stop him!" However, Jiziki was a peak 6-star Marshal Supreme, and ordinary people were no match for him. He rushed to the side of the palanquin in 1 step and pointed his sword at the fat steward. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can leave, but leave her behind. Ink Feather Merchant Association will never compromise with you on a woman." The 4 maidservants also came out of the carriage, all of them extremely touched, their faces full of tears. The fat steward sneered and said coldly, "Ignorant child." He took a step forward with the sword in his hand. His chest pressed against the sword, and his protective Yuan Qi actually bent the sword. Following that, he punched the sword. "Sir General Manager, please stay behind and show mercy," Mrs. E screamed, her heart in her throat and her eyes full of fear. Bang! Jiziki's long sword was immediately shaken off his hand, and he was forced to take a few steps back. He was already injured, not to mention that he was facing an opponent who was more powerful than him. He was not even able to withstand a single move from his opponent. "You're quite capable, but you're still too young. The world isn't as simple as your Tianling city." A hint of anger flashed in the fat chief's eyes, and he pressed his palm against the chest of his own son. He could also see that Xian was his wife's hope, and his wife was in charge of the entire ink feather merchant house. If he could control the life and death of this kid, he could continuously provide him with all kinds of cultivation resources and beauty. Thinking of this, the fat steward couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. The mark on his palm was some kind of secret martial technique. As long as Ezidi was hit by it, everything would be up to him. Ezidi was shocked. He couldn't avoid this palm at all and could only sit and wait for death. At this moment, a sword chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to have calculated its position and directly cut down on the fat majordomo's head. What? The fat majordomo was shocked. If he had tried to hurt his own son, he would have been cut by the sword chi. His life was more important, so he hurriedly withdrew his palm power, trying to avoid the sword chi. However, what made him extremely shocked was that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid the sword chi. What's going on? A question mark flashed in the fat majordomo's mind. Without thinking too much, he immediately unsealed the spear-shaped, profound-level weapon in his hand and welcomed the attack with an imposing manner. Since he couldn't dodge to the left or right, he would fight force with force. With his strength as a 9-stars martial supreme, as long as the opponent was not a martial supreme, he would not be defeated. Bang! 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 The battle spear broke into pieces on the spot, and the sword chi swallowed the fat majordomo in an instant. A bottomless pit was blasted on the ground, and the majordomo's body was completely gone. Ah! This time, everyone was stunned on the spot. They all looked on with their mouths agape. After a few seconds, there were sounds of people taking in deep breaths. Especially the warriors of the Xian family. They were all terrified and said angrily, You've really turned the world upside down. How dare you kill my Xian family's people? Mrs. E was also stunned for a long time. It was not until the other party questioned her that she came back to her senses and hurriedly explained, No, we didn't do it. It was definitely not the people of my Ink Feather Merchant Association. You still dare to quibble? MOU Merchant Association is really bold. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Jean was the first to point her sword at the general manager. Right? They can't fight us head-on, so they sent people to hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack. Damn it! The more the martial artists spoke, the angrier they became. They had been tyrants in Long Valley City for so many years, and when had they ever been taught a lesson? They were used to being arrogant. When they saw the fat manager die, they couldn't believe it. They were even more furious. If they were strong enough, they would have rushed forward and killed all the people of Ink Feather Trade Union. Mrs. E was completely dumbfounded. Under the repeated questioning, she felt cold all over, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on her and she had become a person with frostbite. Suddenly, another sword chi came from the sky. It was extremely fast and suddenly burst open in the sky. It turned into dozens of sharp blades and fell down like rain. Its target was the Xian family warriors. Not good, let's go. Only then did the Xian family warriors react. The other party had the ability and courage to kill the general director, so naturally, he could kill them in seconds. This time, all of them broke out in cold sweat. They were used to being arrogant and didn't react in time when facing danger. It was too late. The sword chi was so strong that they could not resist it no matter how hard they tried. Plop! 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 Ift! Without even making a sound, several of the martial artists' acupuncture points were directly pierced through, and they died on the spot. In the woodshed in the backyard of Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce, Yunxiao lay half dead in the mess of firewood. He raised one hand high and pointed his index finger to the sky as he muttered to himself, "The world is finally peaceful." Then he put down his hand, turned over, and squeezed his head into the messy firewood. The dragon sighed deeply, but he was relieved. It seemed that Yunxiao had fully recovered, but he could not face the fact that Jiang Churin and Murongzhu had died to save him. Everyone had a weak side, and even a peerless martial sovereign would find it difficult to bear. Mrs. E was awoken from her state of Lou Gehrig's disease by the scene in front of her. Her wide eyes were filled with fear and despair. You guys! The expressions of the people in the surroundings fell, and they realized that something was wrong. They quickly scattered, and the news spread. Mother, what is this good for? Although Xian was shocked, she didn't panic. She just didn't know what to do. Pa! His wife slapped him on the spot. Her eyes were red, and she almost cried. You've caused a great disaster. Mother, I didn't kill these people. His son covered his face and said, Of course I know, but the Xian family won't believe it, said Madame E, trembling. And these people died because of you. We will be responsible for this no matter what. After a brief moment of fear, she immediately regained a trace of calmness. After all, she had been in the business world for so many years. She grabbed Zijean and said, Go quickly and find Uncle Nan at the Alchemist Association. Uncle Nan's power is enough to keep you safe. If possible, ask him to speak for us. I'm not leaving, his son stubbornly said. His wife stomped her feet anxiously and said angrily, You're still so insensible at a time like this. The faces of all the people from Ink Feather Merchant Association turned pale. They knew the seriousness of the matter. They had never seen Madame so flustered before. In their hearts, Madame E had always been dignified, bold, and wise. The 4 maidservants were also completely at a loss. They stood carefully beside the sedan, smelling the bloody smell on the street. Their faces were very ugly. It was obviously an expert who made a move just now, GZD said. Such an expert is usually daring. Since he dared to make a move, he is not afraid of the Xian family. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. He spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anything. He could only say in a clear voice, Thank you for saving me just now, my lord. I hope my lord can offer your body. However, there was no sound in the air. His son frowned and called out a few times, but there was still no response. His wife also hoped that someone would take on the responsibility, but her heart continued to sink. Long Valley City was one of the main cities in the eastern region, and the Xian family and the Shui family were the 2 major forces that controlled the city. There were many martial supremes in the family, as well as various powerhouses who had gathered from all over the world. No one dared to offend them. The person who launched the sneak attack had probably already escaped. Zijean, just listen to your mother this time. This time we've really caused a big disaster. If we don't handle it well, the business of Ink Feather Trade Union for many years will be destroyed. His wife began to plead. You only know how to cultivate in seclusion, and you don't know how dangerous the world is. Now, only by relying on Uncle Nan's identity as an alchemist can we have a chance to turn things around. If you don't go to Uncle Nan, not only the whole of Ink Feather Trade Union, but I'm afraid I will also be buried with him. Can you bear to see me die? Madame E knew that her son had always been kind and genuine. If she forced him to escape, he would definitely not agree, so she deliberately hid his weakness. Sure enough, Ji Zixiao's expression changed drastically, and he said solemnly, Mother, please wait for me here. I'll go get Uncle Nan. Young master, I'll go with you. Hongmu suddenly walked out and said. She could also tell that the experts of the Xian family would soon come to kill them, and the Alchemist Association was the only way to survive. So, she stood out boldly. How could his wife not understand her thoughts? She snorted coldly and said, You stay here. When second young Master Xian comes, I'll have to rely on you guys to calm him down. Sequoia's face turned pale in an instant, knowing that his plan had failed. Don't worry, everyone, his son said. I'll invite Uncle Nan here soon. With Uncle Nan's status, he'll definitely be able to mediate this matter. He immediately turned into a beam of light and headed toward the Alchemist Association in Long Valley City. The Alchemist Association was spread all over the continent and enjoyed a high reputation and prestige everywhere. Everyone had to show some respect to it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw a trail of blood in the sky. Ji Zixuan's body fell directly to the ground and coughed up blood. He struggled, his eyes full of fear and anger. Zijean! His wife screamed and quickly went to help her son up. She immediately took out a scarlet pill and fed it to him. Humph, you want to leave after killing my Xian family's people? A cold intent came from the sky, and then a ball of light slowly appeared. It circled in the sky a few times before landing on the ground, revealing several figures. Second young master. His wife's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly protected her son behind her, her eyes full of despair. The people who appeared all had cold and mocking expressions. In the middle was an ugly man with a flat face and protruding eyes. He sat on a throne and his eyes flashed with viciousness as he said coldly, "Madam G, you're very bold." His wife's body couldn't help but shiver. With a sobbing tone, she said, "I hope that second young master can investigate this matter thoroughly. We definitely didn't kill that Lord General Manager. We don't have the guts, and even if we do, we don't have the strength." Humph, you don't have the guts? It seems that hundreds of people saw your son draw his sword first, and the manager was killed by the sword chi in the fight. You're really too humble to be so bold. A warrior behind Xian Tongtong coldly rebuked as a vicious smile appeared on his face. Xian Tongtong crossed his legs lazily and said impatiently, "A few days ago, I had a good conversation with my wife. I thought she was someone who could see the big picture. But now, it has completely changed my impression of you. If you want to start a war with my Xian family, I will accompany you at any time." His wife's entire body trembled and she was startled, but a trace of joy surged up in her heart. Hearing Xian Tongtong's tone, today's matter did not seem to be as bad as she had imagined, and perhaps there was still room for reconciliation. She hurriedly said, "Second young master, you must investigate thoroughly. The Ink Feather Trade Union has no intention of offending the Xian family. Although today's matter was not done by the Ink Feather Trade Union, it was indeed caused by us. Please tell us how to deal with it. We will accept it with great care and no complaints." "Oh!" Xian Tongtong's lips curled into a playful smile as he said, "My wife is indeed a straightforward person, and I, Xian Tongtong, am not an unreasonable person. Moreover, the dead can't be resurrected, so it's useless to pursue the matter. I'll just compensate you with some compensation." His wife was stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. She couldn't believe it and said, "Second young master is magnanimous. May I know how much the compensation is?" Her heart was filled with apprehension. If the other party simply stated an astronomical figure, then Ink Feather Merchant Association would go bankrupt. Before the final agreement was out, she did not look relaxed at all. Xian Tongtong's eyes glowed with lust as he looked at Xiling and the other maidservants. "First of all, I want 20 virgins of this level of beauty and cultivation." The 4 maidservants' faces were deathly pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. "This buy-in..." His wife was stunned for a moment and said, "The 4 of them are the only maidservants in Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce who have reached the cultivation level of martial lords. There are some who are as beautiful as them. Can you lower your standards?" "Impudent!" One of the experts behind Xian Tongtong shouted angrily. "Second young master is already very magnanimous and has done his best. You guys don't know what's good for you and even dare to negotiate with him." His wife's heart trembled as she was scolded. She hurriedly said, "I don't dare. I definitely don't dare. I will definitely find a way to do it. Second young master, please give me a little more time." As for the rest of the beautiful female servants with the cultivation base of martial lords, she could only spend a lot of money to buy them. She knew that there was a way to buy such beautiful women with a certain cultivation base, but they would all cost a fortune. But at this moment, she could not care less. "Yes, that's a good girl." Xian Tongtong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he stared at his wife and sized her up without any restraint, causing his wife's mind to be thrown into chaos and panic. "Hee, as for the second condition, it's for my wife to come back with me and let me have a taste." "What?" Everyone in Ink Feather Merchant House was shocked. Madame E was even more so, as if she had been struck by lightning, and she almost lost her balance. Behind him, Ji Zixiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He let out a furious roar and was about to rush forward to fight for his life. but he was forcefully held down by the two cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce. I've played with too many of these little girls, but I've rarely used a mature woman like my wife who still has her charm and elegance. Xianxia grinned hideously. Ha ha ha. The cultivators behind him also laughed wildly, their eyes sweeping across his wife's body without restraint. His wife felt the world was spinning around her, and her face turned purple. She was teased in front of so many people, and she even wanted to die. She knew that she would not be able to escape today's incident. It seemed that the other party had already planned to swallow her Chamber of Commerce. It was ridiculous that she still had to lower herself to cater to the other party. It was ridiculous. Madam is no longer a teenager. How can she meet young master's appetite? Let Ziling serve young master. I guarantee that young master will be satisfied. I only hope that young master can be magnanimous and let Madam and the Ink Feather Merchant Association off. Just as all the ridicule were heard, Ziling slowly walked out and nodded, forcing a smile on her face. She was extremely nervous, but she had already made plans to repay the kindness of her wife's upbringing. His wife was still dizzy at the moment, and she looked at Ziling in shock and gratitude. Humph, we'll only know if it's to our liking after eating it. If it's not to our liking, we can just give it to our subordinates to use. Xianxia sneered and looked at Ziling. But I'm still quite interested in you. I've had countless women. So what makes you think you can guarantee that I'll be satisfied? Ziling's face was red and purple, but she still gathered her courage and said, I've learned many secret techniques. I'm sure young master will be satisfied. Xianxia laughed cruelly and said, "Haha! Good! I like the active type like you. How about this, let everyone test and see if you can really satisfy me. Take off all your clothes now, then kneel on the ground and crawl over. Try to satisfy this young master with your little mouth." What? Ziling's body trembled, and her tears finally gushed out. She almost fainted. What's wrong? Not willing? Humph! Then why would this young master be satisfied? The flesh on Xianxong's toad-like face immediately scrunched up as he snorted. If you don't want to, then let your madam do it. He waved his hand, and a martial artist behind him walked toward his wife with a sinister smile. His wife screamed in fear and retreated, looking so helpless. Stop! Quickly stop! I'm willing, let me do it, let madam go. Ziling sobbed loudly. In the blink of an eye, she became a tearful person. Under everyone's gaze, her whole body trembled, like 100 spirits in the wind, about to wither at any time. The people around them had different expressions. The warriors of Ink Feather Trade Union all lowered their heads in shame, but some people looked at each other coldly with lustful expressions and bright eyes. Hurry up if you're willing, Xianxia sneered. My patience is limited. Ziling bit her lips until they bled. Her body trembled violently, but the look in her eyes became more and more determined as she untied the belt around her waist. Yo, you're really bold. You're indeed a train slut. Haha. The martial artists behind Xianxia laughed evilly. All kinds of ridicule and sneers came. Ziling only felt that the world was spinning and she could not stand still. But when she thought of the lady, the young master, and the Ink Feather Merchant Association, she immediately gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. Xianxia licked his lips and erected a tent below him. He laughed lecherously and said, You're too slow. Let this young master help you. He slapped his palm, and a gust of cold wind gathered and shook towards Ziling. He intended to directly shatter her clothes. That scene must be very beautiful. Ziling's face was full of tears. She closed her eyes, and her body trembled violently. She looked at the palm in despair. All of a sudden, the power of the Een wind dissipated without any warning, blowing away without a trace. Ziling stood there, trembling. Even the corner of her clothes did not flutter. At the same time, an apathetic voice was heard. All right, you can die now. The voice was so cold that it didn't sound like it came from a human's mouth. Who is it? Xianxia was shocked and shouted. Who is it? He suddenly discovered that not far away, beside the wedding sedan, a man had unknowingly stood there. This man had his arms crossed in front of his chest and his entire body was leaning against the wedding sedan, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. The strangest thing was that he actually made a wooden frame and covered his neck with it, hiding his entire head inside. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He had also heard about the fat steward's death and knew that the person who had killed him was extremely powerful. It was very likely that he was already a martial supreme. Although the person in front of him was strange, it was highly possible that he was the murderer of the fat steward. He composed himself and shouted coldly, "Who exactly are you? Using a wooden frame to cover your head? Are you afraid that the Xian family will recognize you and take revenge? Humph, if he couldn't afford to offend them, why would he? Aren't you asking for it?" The man seemed to sigh deeply and said in a disappointed voice, "You're thinking too much. I used the wooden frame to cover my head because I felt too embarrassed to face anyone. I didn't know how to face them, so I sealed my head. I felt that I was cute this way." Humph. Excuses. No one in the world can save you now that you've killed someone from the Xian family of Long Valley City. Xianxia soon realized that the other party was not a martial emperor. He was instantly relieved. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he said softly, "Kill!" The martial artists behind him immediately roared and rushed forward. They were all martial honorables and were extremely fast. They spread out in all directions and stacked their domains, immediately locking the man in place. Clang! Suddenly, a ray of cold light shot out, directly reflecting the sunlight, stinging everyone's eyes. Xianxia could not help but close his eyes. Arg! Ah! 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 In an instant, countless screams could be heard. Under the sword, all the martial supremes who had rushed forward were cut in half. They fell to the ground and did not die. They struggled and twitched in pain. A few of them were even wailing, "Young master, save me." It was a terrifying sight. The sudden change stunned everyone. But his wife also calmed down and hurriedly ordered a warrior beside her to go to the Alchemist Association and ask Uncle Nan to take charge of the situation. After her grief, Ziling looked at the man with tears on her face, as if she had recognized him as Yunxiao. However, the man's head was covered with a wooden frame, and he was so powerful that she could not confirm her thoughts. Xianxia was taken aback. He had only closed his eyes slightly, so he did not see how Yunxiao had attacked. Yunxiao was still leaning weakly against the sedan chair with his arms crossed, looking haggard. The two remaining experts of the Xian family looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Xianxia's face also darkened as he said coldly, "As expected, you're a real person. You're actually a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens." Yunxiao only had the cultivation base of a peak 9 stars martial supreme at the moment, but the power of his attack just now had exceeded the realm of a martial supreme, so Xianxia had mistaken him for a martial emperor. Everyone was shocked and overwhelmed with shock. The people from Ink Feather Trade Union could not understand why a martial emperor would offend the Xian family just to help them. His wife quickly tried to recall the man's name, but she could not find him. When her eyes inadvertently swept over Ziling, who was shocked, she was startled. As if she had thought of something, she quickly turned to Yunxiao, and her face changed. His wife was an existence who had seen countless people, and her eyes were very sharp. After thinking for a moment, she immediately recognized Yunxiao's identity. It was the young man who was seriously injured and put in the woodshed by Ziling. He was actually a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Today, a writer from the online literature industry had died from overwork. He suddenly felt very dejected. He felt that all efforts were not that important. The important thing was to live happily with his family. Fate is unpredictable, but I hope we can grasp the common things. She suddenly felt like going on a trip. At this moment, a huge wave was set off in his wife's heart. She had mixed feelings, as if she had knocked over a seasoning. She was even more regretful. If she had known that this man was a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, she would have done everything she could to save him. If their Chamber of Commerce could have a martial sovereign from the 9 heavens as their leader, not only would the strength of the Chamber of Commerce increase in quality, but even the Xian family would not dare to bully them so brazenly. His wife gave Xiao a complicated look, then turned her eyes to Ling. She finally understood that Xiao must not want Ling to be humiliated, so he would rather offend the Xian family to come out. As for the wooden frame on his head, she also thought it was because he was afraid of being recognized by the Xian family and being retaliated against in the future. His wife immediately had a plan in her heart. After this matter was over, she must play the card of Ling and build a good relationship with the martial sovereign of the Nine Heavens. With a martial emperor in charge, although they could not fight against the Xian family, they would at least have the power to protect themselves. Any martial emperor powerhouse was the absolute main force of a sect, and they could not afford to lose them. Therefore, very few people dared to declare war on martial emperors easily, unless it was a place like the 7 major forces where martial emperors were everywhere. As expected, Xian Tongtong's expression was dark and uncertain. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "What is your relationship with Ink Feather Merchant Association? He actually tried to kill a member of my Xian family. I'm afraid this matter will be very difficult to settle," Xiao said in the same half-dead tone. "What's so difficult about killing him? Humph. So what if he's killed?" Xian Tongtong snorted coldly. He said it so easily. "If you can't give the Xian family an explanation, you will be hunted down by the Xian family's martial emperor powerhouses." "The dead can't be resurrected," Xiao said. "What should we do then?" Only then did Xian Tongtong's expression ease a little. He said, "Indeed, the dead can't be resurrected, and they had their own reasons for their deaths. They couldn't see through your strength and attacked a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven. So they deserved it. However, our Xian family can't let them die in vain, or else everyone's hearts will be chilled. How about this? As long as you're willing to join my Xian family and become our guest elder, then we'll forget about today's matter." With a wave of his hand, he exuded an extremely domineering aura. The lives of those martial honors were also settled just like that. His wife was very nervous, fearing that Xiao would agree to the other party's conditions just like that, and her plan would fall through. Besides, no matter how she looked at it, joining the Xian family was an extremely good choice. A martial supreme who had been cut in two but was still alive crawled over with his upper body and said in a trembling voice, young master, help us, help us." Xian Tongtong bent down, his face full of pity as he sighed. "It's not that I don't want to make a decision for you, but the dead can't come back to life. Since you're dead, everything should be empty. Just die properly. What's the point of thinking so much? Even if I avenge you, you won't be able to come back to life." The remaining half of the martial honors body immediately widened his eyes and died, unable to rest in peace. "Not interested," Xiao said. Xian Tongtong's expression suddenly changed and he said coldly, "It seems like you're going to walk this path to the end. How do you plan on giving me an explanation for today's matter?" "Kill them," Xiao said. "I'll give you an explanation. If you still want an explanation, I'll kill you too." Everyone was taken aback, and their expressions changed drastically. They didn't think that this brat would actually dare to say such harsh words. Even a Nine Heavens martial sovereign would not dare to speak to the young master of the Xian family in this manner in Long Valley City. Xian Tongtong's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He knew that he could no longer use this person. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes and he said coldly, "Kill!" The two experts behind him immediately released their auras. The people around them immediately felt an extremely strong pressure. Those with weaker cultivation even spat out blood on the spot. Ling and the 4 maidservants were the same. It was as if their chests were hit by a hammer. They spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. A martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. The crowd watched in horror. A battle between martial supremes was about to take place. They were all fearful, afraid that they would be affected. Xian Tongtong also stood up from his throne at this moment. He walked down step by step and said ferociously, "It just so happens that I've just entered the martial emperor realm and I've never fought with anyone before. You're the first." As the 3 martial sovereigns slowly walked toward Xiao, The faces of the people from Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce turned uglier than pig liver, and they cried out in their hearts that they were in trouble. His wife was also very anxious. She kept looking into the distance, hoping that Uncle Nan would appear in time. When Yunxiao saw that Ziling was injured and sent flying by the other party's aura, he said in a cold voice, "Die!" He pointed his finger in the air, and 3 northern heaven-cold star swords appeared on his right arm. They turned into 3 sword wills and slashed in the air. Xian Tong Tong and the other 2 were full of confidence. After all, they were fighting 3 against 1, and it was almost a sure win. When they saw the other party striking 3 swords with 1 move, trying to fight 1 against 3, they sneered in their hearts and summoned their profound weapons to meet the attack. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 weapons clashing could be heard. Soon after, Xian Tong Tong and the other 2 stood still in their original positions. Their bodies maintained their battle stances, but their eyes were filled with endless fear. "Why you?" Xian Tong Tong squeezed out a few words from his throat. He could not believe that his opponent had not only taken on 3 people at once, but had also only used 1 move. He could not believe that he would die, and that he would die in Long Valley City. Then, Xian Tong Tong lost all signs of life and fell to the ground dead. The other 2 martial emperor powerhouses also fell to the ground and died. Ah! This Ing Luo. This scene immediately caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing, and they found it difficult to understand what they were seeing. His wife was completely dumbfounded. She had thought that she would see an earth-shattering battle, and all the buildings in the area would be destroyed. Then Yunxiao would be defeated by the 3 of them, and Uncle Nan would come to mediate at the critical moment. But who knew that, in just a moment, 3 powerful martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm would die. A ray of light flew over from the distance, and 3 figures arrived in an instant. One of them was Uncle Nan. Before he landed, he shouted, "Second young master, please show mercy." The other 2 were also 7th-tier alchemists, and both of them enjoyed a great reputation in the Long Valley, and they had a good relationship with the Xian family. Uncle Nan knew how perverted and tyrannical Xian Tong Tong was. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't give him face, so he immediately pulled 2 more people together to make me bigger. As soon as the 3 of them landed, they saw the corpses on the ground. Uncle Nan's heart immediately sank. It was only when he saw his wife that he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not late, and although Zijin was heavily injured, suppressed by the 2 powerful cultivators to the point that she could not move, but with his eyes, he could tell that it was just an external injury, and it would be easy to recover. "Madam, are you all right?" After Uncle Nan asked with concern, he looked around and said, "Where is second young Master Xian?" No one said a word. His wife was also stunned. Even though she had been in the business world for a long time, she still couldn't recover from the shock of the situation. He gave Yunxiao a deep look and said, "Uncle Nan, Xian Tong Tong is already dead." "Yes, he's dead," Uncle Nan asked in surprise. Then, he suddenly jumped up in shock and said anxiously, What did you just say? He's dead? Who's dead?" He took a deep breath and pointed to the body on the ground. "Uncle Nan, look for yourself. The second young master of the Xian family, Xian Tong Tong, is dead." Uncle Nan and the other 2 7th-tier alchemists gasped in shock. They hurried forward to flip over the body that their son had pointed at. It was indeed Xian Tong Tong, and he had been killed in 1 strike. This, who killed him? Uncle Nan felt a chill run down his spine. The death of the second young master of the Xian family was an earth-shattering event in Long Valley City, and it had already developed to a point where he, a mere 7th-tier alchemist, could not mediate. He killed him. A warrior from Ink Feather Merchant Association gave Yunxiao a trembling look, but he did not dare to raise his hand to point at the other man. Uncle Nan and the other 2 7th-tier alchemists immediately understood what was going on, and they walked forward with solemn expressions. Uncle Nan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as it was not the doing of Ink Feather Trade Union, there was still a glimmer of hope that he and his mother could be saved. He cupped his hands at Yunxiao and said, "I'm Nan Liu, a 7th-tier alchemist. May I know your name? They had already seen Xianxia's injuries. He had been killed in one move. The person who could kill Xianxia in one move was definitely a martial emperor expert. In that case, he could not be a nobody. The three of them also found it very strange, wondering why Xianxia had covered his face with a wooden frame. If he was afraid of being hunted down by the Xian family, he should not have killed the second young master of the Xian family. Xianxia ignored their questions and walked straight to Ziling. Are you all right? Uncle Nan looked embarrassed, but the other party was a martial emperor. He could not do anything if the other party ignored him. This series of changes had brought Ziling back to her senses from the great pain and humiliation she had suffered earlier. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xianxia was the ugly man. So she said in a hurry, I'm fine. Thank you. All right. Xianxia nodded. It's good that you're fine. He turned around to leave. His wife panicked and hurriedly said, Your Excellency, you can't leave. Xianxia was too lazy to bother with her, and with just a few steps, he was 100 meters away. His wife was anxious and shouted, Sir, if you leave now, the Xian family will take revenge on us. Please save us. She no longer had any intention of recruiting him. If she killed Xianxia, she would die without a doubt. What she was most afraid of now was that the Xian family would involve the Ink Feather Chamber of Commerce in their anger. Moreover, judging from the way the Xian family did things, it was almost inevitable. She hoped that Xianxia would stay and bear the Xian family's anger. Uncle Nan was also anxious. The second young master of the Xian family had died, and it was no longer something he could resolve. Ziling also shouted anxiously, Please save Ink Feather Trade Union. I can't repay you. Thank you. She was about to kneel down in front of Xianxia. Ziling also understood the key point. She knew that the only person who could save Ink Feather Trade Union was this mysterious man in front of her. She knelt down, but the moment her knees touched the ground, she was blocked by a force and bounced up, unable to kneel. At some point, Xianxia had come in front of her from 100 miles away and said indifferently, Get up. Since you've spoken, I'll kill the entire Xian family to prevent any future trouble. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked and thought they had heard wrong. His wife was also horrified. She had hoped that Xianxia would stay because she hoped that he could find a way to solve the matter, so that the Xian family would not vent their anger on her. As for annihilating the Xian family, she did not even dare to think about it. However, the man in front of them did not seem to be exaggerating. It was a pity that his head was covered with a wooden frame, so no one could see his true appearance and expression. Uncle Nan was also shocked. This young master's words are too shocking, he said awkwardly. The Xian family is one of the two major forces in Long Valley City. They have been in power for generations. Xianxia interrupted him and said, Where is the Xian family? Point me in the right direction. Everyone looked at each other and felt that it was a little unreal. He really went to the Xian family. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? No wonder he had a wooden frame to cover his head. Young man, it's rare to have some skills, but it's easy to be arrogant and put yourself in danger. I advise you to run away. A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly said slowly. He seemed to value the talent. When Uncle Nan saw the man, he immediately exclaimed, So it's Lord Shui Xingqiao. The Shui family was another superforce in Long Valley City, and they ruled the city together with the Xian family. The matter here had long alarmed the entire city, and the Shui family also had many spies observing the surroundings. It's great that Lord Xing is here, Uncle Nan said hurriedly. I hope that you can bear witness to this. You have no intention of becoming enemies with the Xian family. Xianxia died because of you. Does it matter if you have any enmity? Shui Xingqiao's words immediately made Uncle Nan and all the people of Ink Feather Merchant Association feel like they had fallen into an abyss. That's right, the second young master was already dead. Even if there was nothing to do with it, with the Xian family's ruthless style of doing things, there was no way they would let him off. Despair appeared in her eyes. She couldn't stand still and her body was on the verge of collapse. The Chamber of Commerce that she had worked so hard to build for so many years was going to be destroyed. Shuai Xingqiao threw out an invitation and said to Yunxiao, "Young man, I can see that your cultivation should be at the level of a 2-star martial emperor, and what's more, you're very young. Today's matter can be said to have pierced through the sky. However, if you're willing to join my Shuai family as a guest elder, I can take on the responsibility for you and ensure the safety of Ink Feather Merchant Association." Shuai Xingqiao's words immediately ignited the hope of the entire Ink Feather Merchant Association. At this moment, only the Shuai family could save them. Although Xian Tongtong's death would bring him great trouble, Shuai Xingqiao felt that Yunxiao's potential was worth the price. "And my lord, please save us," Ziling also pleaded. She also found that Yunxiao did not care about anyone, but he listened to her a little. It should be to repay her for saving him. Sure enough, Yunxiao seemed to only talk to her. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I will settle this matter cleanly. Tell me how to get to the Xian family." Everyone was stunned. This brat was really stubborn. He really wanted to go to the Xian family to kill people. Wasn't this simply sending himself to his death? Shuai Xingqiao also felt an inexplicable anger. He had the heart to cherish talents, but the other party ignored him. Such contempt immediately made him feel ashamed. After all, he was an important figure in Long Valley City. He immediately sneered, Good. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'd like to see how you die today." He flicked his sleeve and stood aside coldly, watching the end of Yunxiao and Ink Feather Trade Union with a sneer. The people of Ink Feather Merchant Association were deeply worried when they saw that Shuai Xingqiao was angry. They didn't know how to solve the mess of the Xian family, and now they had angered the Shuai family. Ziling stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. She couldn't point the way, and she could not point the way. She could only turn to her wife for help. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, rolling over and immediately covering the bright sky. A cold voice pierced through the clouds and said, "There's no need for your excellency to come. My Xian family's people have delivered themselves to your door for you to kill." Although Long Valley City was large, the Xian and Shuai families had ears all over the city. The news of Xian Tongtong's death was immediately sent back to the two families. Xian Zhuoren, the patriarch of the Xian family, was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He counted the experts and swept over. For a moment, the sky was sealed by an invisible qi. The people of Ink Feather Trade Union looked desperate. The murderous aura in the sky made it hard for them to breathe. Yunxiao raised his head slightly, and the crowd only saw the wooden frame tilt up. "Now you regret it, but it's too late to leave." Many martial artists were trembling under this pressure, almost kneeling down. "Is everyone here?" Yunxiao asked. Everyone was sweating profusely, and the atmosphere of fear had faded a lot. "Humph. As expected, you're a damned piece of trash." Dozens of figures gradually appeared in the sky. The leader's eyes were like a tiger's, and two extremely sharp rays of light stared down. When he saw his son's body on the ground, he immediately wailed, "My son, you've died so miserably." No matter who it was, the death of their son would not be good, even if it was a hero. Xian Zhuoren's grief-stricken appearance turned into a monstrous anger, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be on fire. Shuai Xingqiao's face slightly changed, and he retreated 100 meters away, afraid that he would be affected by the Xian family's anger. Since Yunxiao did not appreciate his kindness, there was no need for him to get involved. "I heard that your son is unpardonable," Yunxiao said. "He has tortured and killed at least 8,000 innocent girls. Doesn't he deserve to die?" Behind Xian Zhuoren, a man who also looked like a toad walked up and coldly shouted, "It's their fortune to die in my second brother's favor. My second brother was kind and blessed everyone, but he ended up in such a tragic death. It's not too much even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces." Yunxiao, he had always felt that he was a scoundrel and a ruffian, but today he realized that he was actually a gentleman. Young Master Xian's words were very funny, but no one dared to laugh. They all had serious expressions. A smug smile appeared on young Master Xian's face. There was no trace of sorrow on his face at all. The relationship between the children of great families was extremely cold. "Let me avenge my poor brother." A long sword appeared in his hand. After unsealing it, it immediately transformed into a giant and came down from the sky with a shout. With a tap of his foot, he stepped directly on the sword and followed it down. His hands formed a seal and he pressed it out at the same time. Xianxia's death was definitely a great thing for him, especially when it was rumored that Xianxia had advanced to the rank of Marshal Supreme, which made his bedroom even more uneasy. At this moment, he was very grateful to Yunxiao, but he also needed Yunxiao's head to win his father's favor. A hammer gradually materialized in Yunxiao's hand, growing larger and larger. Bolts of lightning crackled on it as he threw it out. All the martial emperor powerhouses' pupils constricted and their hearts jolted. The immense pressure from the hammer made them extremely shocked. A line of Maha-ancient text appeared on the hammer, and it immediately smashed down on the huge sword. Young Master Xian suddenly realized that he had brought disaster upon himself. In an instant, he felt as if there was nothing else left in the world other than this hammer. And he would be a grasshopper under this shocking hammer. "No! Please spare me!" Young Master Xian didn't use all his strength to defend, but instead, he used all his strength to beg for mercy. Bang! The huge hammer smashed down from the sky, and young Master Xian's screams were drowned out by the sound of thunder. After a flash of lightning, a completely black human charcoal fell to the ground. His sword had also been smashed out of shape, and it fell beside him like a piece of scrap metal. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, and they all stood there with their mouths wide open. Ziki's body trembled. He had participated in the joust for a spouse event in the Red Moon City, so he immediately recognized the hammer. He was so shocked that his face turned pale. He immediately understood who the person in front of him was. He was so excited that his face turned red, and he even started to dance. His wife was shocked. She thought her son had gone crazy, so she quickly pulled him aside. "I'm furious. Damn it, my son." Xianxia was suddenly shocked and roared in rage. The killing intent on his body was about to burst as he repeatedly shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill them all!" Yunxiao caught the hammer that fell back into his hand and said indifferently, "Good. I don't have the time to kill them one by one." The faces of all the martial artists in the street changed as they fled in all directions in horror. The lowest cultivation level among the martial artists who had come to kill them was a martial supreme. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and streams of sword intent shot out of his body and took the shape of swords around him. The million sword illustration appeared in the sky above him. 9 northern heaven-cold star swords were formed, exuding a terrifying sword intent that enveloped all the martial artists in the sky. This is Luo. In the distance, Shui Xingqiao sucked in a breath of cold air and was extremely shocked. Many martial artists who had been to the Red Moon City were stunned for a moment, but they immediately recognized the sword force and were shocked. "It's him, it's really him." Zigu was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He kept muttering to himself, and his eyes were shining with admiration. After recovering from her shock, she frowned and said, "Who is it? My son, do you know who he is?" "Li Yunxiao," his son said excitedly. "He's the #1 rising star, the one who made a name for himself in the battle in Red Moon City and defeated the king of the Sea Tribe." Everyone was shocked by his words. The 9 swords sword picture formed in the air, and the sea of sword chi spread out, filling the sky with a rain of swords. "Sword cloud rain," Yunxiao murmured. "Sword cloud rain." Under everyone's shocked gazes, the entire sky was covered by his sword chi. There was nothing else in the world except for a huge sword talisman and a sky full of sharp swords. The martial supremes in the sword diagram could not even withstand a single blow and exploded on the spot. The low-level martial sovereigns also looked horrified and struggled to hold on. Many of them were seriously injured. Bang! Bang! The 2 sword shadows pierced through the 2 low-level martial emperor powerhouses and they died on the spot. Yunxiao just stood quietly in the street, one hand in a sword incantation gesture, allowing the sword chi to dance in the sky. If not for the wooden frame over his head, he would have been able to enjoy the scene. After the shock, the people of Ink Feather Merchant Association finally revealed a look of joy, as if they had seen a ray of hope. Ziling was even more stunned. Although she had never seen the battle in the sky above Red Moon City, she was there at the time. As a martial lord, she had also felt the earth-shaking essence energy fluctuation spreading throughout the city. After the incident, Yunxiao's deeds were spread all over the streets, and he had become a peerless figure in her mind. But never in her dreams did she expect that the person she had saved so casually would be the world's most famous and the most powerful man of the younger generation. Her current mood was indescribable, or rather, she was not in any mood at all. She was just standing there in a daze. Mrs. E found it hard to think. She was calculating quickly in her heart how she could make the best friend with Yunxiao. Of course, she was sure to give Ziling away, and she had also made plans to transfer the resources she had planned to contribute to Xian Tongtong. Shui Xingqiao was also shocked. He finally understood why the other party was so arrogant. He had always thought that this kid was young and naive, but he really had the capital. Such a peerless figure, even the 7 super forces would fight to win him over. It was laughable that he wanted to recruit him as a guest elder. How embarrassing. He couldn't help but smile wryly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with joy. The Xian family had provoked this person, and it was likely that they would not have a good ending. This might be a great opportunity to change the power structure of Long Valley City. Xian Zhuoren was finally shocked. He immediately understood that he had encountered a tough bone. Under the Rain of Swords, the entire Xian clan's mainstays had been killed. "Bastard, stop!" he roared and rushed down from the sky. A small umbrella appeared in his hand and he opened it. A large number of beautiful patterns appeared on the umbrella and spread in the air. A defensive barrier was opened, protecting the Xian family warriors who were still alive. With a sneer, Yunxiao changed his hand seal, and the sword talisman in the sky changed as well. The rain of swords that filled the sky instantly condensed into the shape of a huge sword, which slashed at the small umbrella. Xian Zhuoren's face was filled with shock. His hands quickly formed seals and directly hit the umbrella. The umbrella immediately changed. It took on a myriad of colors and became extremely sturdy. Boom! The sword-shaped object slammed into the umbrella and actually shattered, turning into a sky full of light and shadows. Yunxiao frowned slightly, then looked at the small umbrella in surprise. It seemed to be much more powerful than he had expected. Shui Xingqiao's voice was transmitted over, "Lord Yunxiao, this umbrella is called the Origin Parasol. It's an extremely famous 9th-tier defensive profound artifact and is very famous in the entire eastern region." Yunxiao turned his head slightly, and the wooden frame also turned toward Shui Xingqiao. The latter showed a friendly smile, obviously wanting to make friends. Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and the Divine Realm tablet flew out of his right hand, emitting a brilliant light. The earth and territory spread out, and the infinite gravity gathered on one point and smashed toward the umbrella. No profound-level weapon could withstand the pressure of infinite weight. After the small umbrella had held on for a moment, the gravity was still being endlessly derived. The intersection of the two profound-level weapons became a singularity. The surrounding space revolved around the singularity and was twisted out of shape, beginning to break apart layer by layer. "Stop!" Xian Zhuoren was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched in disbelief as the light on the small umbrella was broken layer by layer. He was on the verge of collapsing. Such a situation had never happened before. Even a high-level martial emperor could not break his Yuanyang umbrella without a powerful profound-level weapon, but Yunxiao had done it. Xian Zhuoren's heart was overwhelmed with shock. This supreme Yang umbrella was the flesh and blood of his heart, even more important than his son. If it was broken, only God knew if it could be repaired. "Young Master Yunxiao," he called out hurriedly, "hurry up and help me. Let's talk this out." Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to it. A few incantation seals flew into the Divine Realm tablet, and its weight increased even more rapidly. Finally, the defense of the Supreme Sun umbrella was completely crushed, and a deafening noise was heard. Boom! The umbrella crumbled into a skeleton in the air, and a large number of Xian artifact fragments flew and scattered in all directions. This time, everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned, including Xianxia himself. He had never thought that his Supreme Yang umbrella would actually break. Xianxia was even more surprised and happy. He was surprised because he was naturally clear about the power of the Supreme Yang umbrella as a member of the Shui family. It was impossible to break it. He was happy because without the Supreme Yang umbrella, Xianxia's strength would decline by a large margin. After breaking the umbrella, Yunxiao did not stop at all. He changed his hand gesture again, and the wind territory spread out. Streams of primordial astral wind appeared in the sky and blew directly at the surviving Xian family members. Wherever the strong wind passed, the martial emperor powerhouses who were already seriously injured immediately turned into fossils and lost their lives in an instant. They fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. Ah! Everyone's hair stood on end as they watched the scene. The lives that had fallen were the lives of martial sovereigns of the ninth heaven. Were the scenes in front of them real? After the Supreme Yang umbrella was broken, Xianxia immediately tried his best to resist the power of the astral wind. The entire high-end martial force of the Xian family was almost destroyed. Now only he and another uncle were left. He was a peak 5-star martial emperor, and his uncle Xianxia was a 6-star existence. Such a powerful force was actually unable to save his own subordinates. He could only watch helplessly as they were killed one by one. His eyes were already about to pop out of their sockets. Damn it! The two of them shouted almost at the same time. Xianxia's essence force burst out, and a burst of extreme qi directly split the power of the immemorial astral wind and hit the Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao pointed a finger at the Divine Realm tablet, and it returned to his hand as he said indifferently, "There are 2 left. It's a little troublesome. No matter who you are, you will die today." Xianxia clenched his fist and threw a punch from the air. He shouted, "Strength can overcome 10 techniques. Even martial sovereigns aren't trash. It's useless no matter how you transform." "I'm a piece of trash," Yunxiao sneered. "What are these dead people of your Xian family?" "Shit!" The 1,000 Autumn's tyrannical saber appeared in his hand, and he immediately cut a path through the fist radiance as he soared into the sky. Xianxia had been waiting in the sky for a long time. He closed his 5 fingers together and chopped down like a hand knife. His power was even greater than Xianxia's. Yunxiao's saber trembled, and the shadow of a corpse puppet emerged as he slashed at it with his saber. Bang! He was immediately at a disadvantage after the attack and was sent flying backward. Golden light appeared on his body. It was the imperishable golden body that automatically appeared. It absorbed all of the Yuan power that had entered his body, and only a part of it was turned into an attack to destroy his body. A line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Everyone around was shocked. No matter how freakish Yunxiao was, it was impossible for him to be fine after taking a palm strike from a 6-star martial emperor. Xianxia was also shocked and said angrily, "How is that possible?" "Humph." Yunxiao snorted with a cold smile. "Just a martial supreme. Only? Haha. You're really shameless," Xianxia said sarcastically. "I admit that you're very talented, and you have many heaven-defying profound level weapons. However, it doesn't mean that you can become a martial supreme just because you're talented. There are no lack of amazing geniuses in history, but there are also many geniuses who are stuck outside the threshold of a martial supreme. Since you think so highly of the realm of a 9 heavens martial sovereign, I'll make it for you," Yunxiao said coldly. "Be careful and don't let your eyes fall out." Xianxia was stunned, not understanding what he meant. No one understood. What did he mean by, "I'll show you"? Just as everyone was in a daze, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. A red glow filled the sky, dyeing the entire Long Valley city red. A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred, and the people in the city were shocked. They ran to the street and stopped to look. Amidst the red glow, a streak of extremely bright color suddenly came from the sky and struck directly on Xianxia's head, then poured into his forehead. The wooden frame suddenly shattered at this moment, and a handsome face was revealed. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, his eyebrows were like willow leaves, and his angular face was calm. It was as if he did not care about the unusual phenomenon in front of him and the fact that he had advanced to the martial supreme realm. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood what he meant when he said, "I'll step in and let you see," who did not prepare all kinds of medicinal pills, essence cores, and auxiliary mystic artifacts when they broke through to the martial supreme realm. If they had a sect, it would be their top priority, with all the experts guarding them. But Xianxia was so calm, as if he had just ordered a few dishes and was eating them. This completely changed everyone's view on advancing to the martial supreme realm. It was rumored that it was the most difficult hurdle in the martial Dao. Many geniuses were stuck at the peak of the 9 stars martial supreme realm for their entire lives, unable to make any further progress. In the end, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. All martial honors would slow down their cultivation after entering the 8 Desolates realm to lay a solid foundation. Then, they would look for all kinds of natural treasures and elixirs in preparation for breaking through to the martial supreme realm. Even so, there were still very few powerhouses who could comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and advance to the 9 heavens martial sovereign realm. But now, Xianxia's breakthrough seemed to be easier than advancing to a 1-star martial emperor. A question mark appeared in everyone's mind as they asked themselves, "Is this fake?" But the powerful aura that kept surging out of Xianxia's body woke them up. The scene in front of them was by no means an illusion. This guy was really advancing to a martial sovereign. The laws of heaven and earth emerged, and the emperor aura of the 9 heavens gathered. Xianxia's body began to flash with golden light. At this moment, not only was the elemental energy in his body undergoing a qualitative change, but even his physical body was undergoing a subtle change. The imperishable golden body seemed to have begun to leap towards a higher level. At this moment, Xianxia had nothing to hide. Once he became a martial emperor, the martial intent and Tao heart of a peerless expert would immediately return, and he could fight anyone in the world. Not good. We can't let him become a martial supreme. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. Such a terrifying talent had already brought great fear to Xianxia. For thousands of years, when had he ever heard of such a terrifying talent? Given time, or even just a few years, the remaining 2 people in the Xian family might not be able to suppress him anymore. Today's battle was the life and death of the family. Xianxia also instantly came to a realization. A green lizard-like soldier's claw hurriedly appeared in his hand, and he stepped on the strange phenomenon and rushed up. He shouted, "Brahma Sea Claw!" Breaking through to the martial supreme realm was an extremely dangerous hurdle, especially after triggering the heaven and earth phenomenon. If there was even the slightest disturbance, it was very likely that all efforts would be in vain. However, the most difficult part of the whole process was to trigger the natural phenomenon. As long as he could condense the nomological Emperor Qi, with someone protecting him, and he had prepared various medicinal pills, there would generally be no problem. Xianxia had passed the most difficult stage very smoothly, triggering the natural phenomenon. But now, he was going to face Xianxia and Xianxia, which was obviously a situation of certain death. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why Xianxia wanted to break through to the martial supreme realm at this time. Even if he was talented and a genius from ancient and modern times, there was no need to take his life as a joke. Xianxia's claw came down from the sky, ignoring the power of rules emanating from Xianxia's body and stabbing directly at his vital parts. At this moment, apart from the shock that filled the entire place, there were also a few people who were at a loss. They were the people from the Shui family who were hiding in the dark and peeking. Xianxia's heaven-defying talent had also deeply shocked them. If he were to grow up in the future, he would become an extremely terrifying existence. If they could save him now, they would benefit endlessly in the future. However, the premise was that he could survive under the joint efforts of Xianxia and his nephew. Judging from the current situation, the possibility was extremely low. After all, too many people from the Xian family had died, and Xianxia and his nephew were in a desperate state at the moment. If Yunxiao failed to save them, they would surely suffer heavy casualties if they rushed out to block the Xian family's attack. Should he make a move? The people in control of the Shui family who were hiding in the dark were almost at a loss. Xianxia's attack arrived, and the red mist was broken apart, as if it was about to disperse. If the heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared and failed to condense, it would be a failure. Yunxiao's face was calm, as if he did not know the seriousness of the matter at all. He stepped lightly on the ground and dodged the attack with extremely strange steps. Then, he raised the 1,000-year saber in his hand and slashed it across the air. Humph! Xianxia coldly snorted and changed the direction of his claw, directly blocking the attack. Bang! As the two weapons clashed, Yunxiao was knocked back repeatedly. His arm glowed with a golden light, dissolving all the force that had rushed into his body. At this moment, Xianxia also rose into the air and descended like a big bird. In his hand was still the shattered Supreme Yang umbrella. Although only its skeleton was left, it still shot out rays of fierce qi, turning into a sky-covering slash. Yunxiao pointed at the air with his left hand, and the northern heaven-cold star swords flew out and collided with the flying blades in front of him, producing a series of crisp sounds. Sword Cloud Rain. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the 9 swords condensed into a sword diagram. In an instant, a sea of sword qi was formed, crushing toward the uncle and nephew of the Xian family. The people around him were shocked. He was comprehending the rules of heaven and earth while condensing the emperor qi of the 9 heavens, but he could still fight calmly. Not only that, in a situation where he was obviously at a disadvantage, he still wanted to restrain both of them with one move at the same time. He was really arrogant without limits. Xianxia was also mad with anger as he roared. Arrogance is the reason you're going to die today. The umbrella frame in his hand opened and flew out, shooting out countless beams of sword qi that destroyed all the swords in the sky and then fell directly on Yunxiao. The Yuan Yang umbrella was not only strong in defense, but also a powerful killing profound level weapon. It rushed directly into the 9 swords formation, trying to break the sword picture. Yunxiao's face flickered slightly, and a faint sword light burst out of his body. With a point of his finger, 2 more swords flew out and rushed directly into the sword formation. In an instant, the momentum of the swords changed greatly. The 11 northern sky cold swords formed a strange pattern in the sky and swallowed the skeleton of the Yuan Yang umbrella. Xianxia was instantly shocked. The profound level weapon that was linked to his life had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and he could not even sense it at all. Moreover, the sky was completely enveloped by an extremely powerful sword intent, and its aura was still rising. It was a great burden for Yunxiao to control 11 swords at once. Fortunately, the natural phenomena kept pouring into his body to support the endless consumption. The sea of swords derived from the 11 swords was far from reaching its limit, but it was already the limit of his control. A strange sword rune slowly fell in the center of the sword picture. The uncle and nephew of the Xian family were shocked. The essence emitted by the sword talisman made them feel a wave of shock. Yunxiao sighed. This was all he could do with his ability. He clenched his fist and said, "Explode!" That strange sword talisman instantly bloomed with a golden light, and the 11 swords lit up one by one. A terrifying sea of swords revolved around the sword talisman, and a violent force gushed out like a volcano that had just erupted. Boom, boom, boom. With the sword talisman and the 11 long swords as the center, a sea of swords exploded instantly. Thousands of sword qi swept across the sky, cutting the entire sky into countless pieces. Damn it! Xianxia gritted his teeth. Even with his strength, he felt abnormally terrifying in the sword cloud that filled the sky. He didn't dare to be careless. Xianxia let out an angry roar as he rushed up against the exploding sword cloud, trying to tear Yunxiao into pieces. After that, Yunxiao frowned slightly and ignored them. Instead, he focused on comprehending the laws and condensing his emperor qi. His long hair fluttered in the air, and his entire body was surrounded by a red glow. In contrast, the uncle and nephew of the Xian family were in a sorry state, and it was difficult to tell who was the stronger one. Just as Xianxio's face turned ashen, and he was circulating his qi to resist the sword cloud, an extremely violent attack suddenly came from a distance and came from an unknown angle. It directly bombarded his body, breaking through his protective Zhanyuan and entering his body, starting to wantonly destroy his body's functions. At the same time, a huge ball appeared in the sky and fell with a rumble, crushing everything. Damn it, it was actually the marshal's prestige. You despicable man, Xianxia shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the falling object was not a ball, but a huge iron hammer. It had directly suppressed the space, leaving him no way to escape. At this moment of life and death, all the potential in his life was unleashed. A 6-star martial emperor was already an existence that could run amok in the world. The lizard-like claws were unsealed in an instant and turned into a terrifying beast head that bit at the iron hammer. However, Xianxia, who had used up a lot of his energy and was injured, was no match for Martial Wei's full-powered strike. Moreover, the soldier claw was a light Shen artifact. When it collided with the mountain-like iron hammer, it instantly disintegrated. Bang, bang, bang! The entire weapon claw was turned into fragments. The huge iron hammer suddenly smashed onto Xianxia's body, causing him to fall. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That Xianxia was definitely going to be turned into a pile of meat. Xianxua's hand went cold from head to toe. The Shui family had secretly attacked, and the Xian family was already doomed. He didn't even care about being angry. He directly turned into a ray of light, flickering with scarlet blood, and fled at an extremely fast speed. Not good. It's the blood escape technique. Xianxua. The Shui family's people exclaimed in the air. They couldn't allow Xianxua to escape. Otherwise, if a 5-star martial emperor took revenge, he would be a great disaster. However, Xianxua used an escape technique that burned his blood. Although it wasn't as freakish as the blood god, it still passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the faces of the Shui family members turned ashen and thought that they couldn't catch up, a mirror light suddenly shone over. Yunxiao raised the mirror of evening clouds in his hand, which emitted a warm bronze light that instantly froze Xianxua's fleeing light, making him pause for a moment. Even though it was only for a moment, it was enough. Several people from the Shui family directly emerged from the void. They stacked all kinds of space sealing techniques on top of each other and instantly trapped Xianxua. Xianxua's blood escape had already injured his roots, and when he saw that he couldn't escape, he was instantly filled with shock and anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He stared at the Shui family members around him and said with hatred, "Our two families have been friends for so many years. You guys are really ruthless." The leader of the Shui family was the family head, Shui Junwei. He sneered, "So ruthless? If it was your Xian family, would you give up such a great opportunity? I believe that Long Valley City will become even more prosperous under our Shui family's control, so you can go without worry." "You bastards!" Xianxua roared in despair. "You're just adding insult to injury. I won't let you off even if I die." A terrifying aura suddenly came from his dantian. His body seemed to expand in an instant, and he quickly pounced towards Shui Junwei. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Marshal Junwei was scared out of his wits. Even if the self-destruction of a 5-star martial emperor did not kill him, he would be half dead at the very least. In a hurry, the hammer in his hand instantly turned into a small mountain in front of him. Boom! Xianxua directly collided with the iron hammer and exploded. A shocking might wreaked havoc in the sky, and the martial artists of the Shui family who had surrounded him were all sucked into it on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. Even Marshal Wei's chest was hit by the force of the hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying a few hundred meters. His face was pale. However, there was more surprise and excitement in his eyes at this moment. Although a few martial supremes had died, their longtime enemies had finally been eliminated at this moment. Long Valley City was finally under the control of the Shui family. After calming down a little, Marshal Wei looked at Yunxiao, who was still condensing rules and absorbing Emperor Qi not far away. His mind, which had just calmed down, was once again stirred by a huge wave, and the shock he felt was beyond words. The process of ordinary people condensing Emperor Qi did not take long, but it was extremely dangerous and critical. Not only was Yunxiao fighting while condensing Emperor Qi, but the process seemed to be going on. All the martial supreme powerhouses present looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. They had all been martial supremes before and had never known that a martial supreme could advance so easily. After being stunned for a moment, Marshal Junwei immediately gave the order to search the entire city for the Xian family's remnants. All the direct and branch family descendants of the Xian family were to be killed without mercy. As for the guest elders, if they were willing to switch to the martial family, they could live. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. The entire Long Valley City was quickly silenced under the terror of high pressure. The Xian family had been in the city for thousands of years, and had produced countless descendants. If they were all eliminated at once, it would be no different from a small-scale massacre. However, in the realm of heavenly martial arts, such exterminated events happened every day, so it was not rare. With the death of Xian Zuoren and his nephew, there was no more external interference. Yunxiao stood quietly in the sky, feeling the familiar laws of heaven and earth. This was the third time he had advanced to the martial sovereign realm in his second life. The last time, due to his physical injury and insufficient origin power in the ultimate, he had failed to force his way through. If it were not for the Great One Celestial Qi that had completely healed his injuries, it was likely that anyone else would not have the possibility of advancing in this life. At this moment, he was already very familiar with this. He slowly gathered the Emperor Qi and felt the changes in the Yuan power in his body. His domain of strength had long been above the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, the changes in his body did not bring him the slightest surprise. Instead, he frowned more and more, as if he was thinking about something. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and suddenly transformed into a three-headed and six-armed Dharma idol. The original Dharma idol's eyes were closed and his face was calm, while the other two Dharma idols had different expressions. One of them had a ferocious face, while the other had a kind face. Furthermore, the incantation seals on his 6 arms were different, but they were all extremely strange. Under the ferocious face of the Dharma power, the seals on his hands became faster and faster. Under the cover of the red mist, black qi appeared and condensed into a ball in his hands. Demonic patterns began to appear on the Dharma power. Under the other Dharma power, the hand seal did not change. Instead, a ball of soft Emperor Qi was held in the palm of the Dharma power. It was like a beautiful jade, and it mixed with the surrounding red clouds. The Dharma power kept flashing with the color of gold. Suddenly, Yunxiao's true form opened his eyes and murmured a few strange characters. Demonic runes began to appear on his 3 heads and 6 arms, and the Emperor aura that had been lingering around him suddenly changed into a monstrous demonic flame, burning under the red glow. The eyes of his original form flickered as he slowly formed seals with his hands. Every move was extremely slow but stable. At this moment, the shadow of a black hole seemed to appear behind his 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma form. It was madly devouring the multicolored light in the sky and continuously growing stronger. The shadow of the black hole gradually grew larger, turning into a giant that slowly stood up. His head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face could not be seen clearly. Marshal Junwei's feelings were indescribable at this moment. He looked at the black giant's face with his divine consciousness of a 6 stars martial sovereign, but all he saw was an endless darkness that seemed to devour everything. It gave him a sense of horror. He was not the only one. All the martial emperor powerhouses broke out in cold sweat. They were all martial emperors, so why was there such a huge difference between them? He was on the line between life and death, but looking at others was like playing. It was a pity that the Fiend Lord's clone in Yunxiao's body had turned into the purest energy and was absorbed when the Great One celestial qi washed through his meridians, and the Fiend's consciousness had completely dissipated. Otherwise, if he had seen it, he would have recognized the divine ability as the true Fiend Dharma recorded on the piece of metal. After the black shadow appeared behind him, Yunxiao gradually stopped the incantation gesture. He maintained his posture and let the clouds in the sky gather, while the black demonic aura around him grew stronger and stronger. A moment later, Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and the huge demonic shadow behind him gradually faded and finally disappeared in the air. The demonic patterns on his body had also receded, and the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens surrounded his body. The power of rules was evident in his every movement. All the martial emperor powerhouses swallowed with difficulty. Yunxiao's calm and composed movements did not look like he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Instead, he seemed to be more skilled than them. At this moment, everyone remembered Yunxiao's words, just a martial supreme. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a martial supreme in his eyes. The entire process of advancement lasted for more than 2 hours, and the entire valley was shrouded in a red mist. For a time, it became a hot topic on the streets, along with the extermination of the Xian family. After a long time, the strange phenomenon disappeared and the sky returned to normal. Marshal Junwei swallowed, then hurriedly flew up into the air, cupped his hands at Yunxiao, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Lord Yunxiao for stepping into the 9 heavens martial emperor realm. Now, there's another great figure who can rule the world in the world. As a 6 stars martial emperor and a hero, it was unprecedented for him to flatter a young man who had just stepped into the martial emperor realm. However, the military commander did not feel that it was out of place at all. Humph! Rule the heavens and earth? It's far from enough." Yunxiao snorted coldly, as if he did not appreciate her kindness at all. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked into the distant sky, as if he could see a familiar figure walking further and further away in the lonely sky. His eyes flickered with a little light, and that surging mood slowly calmed down. To him, the path of martial arts had only just begun. In the battle between the ages of earth and the heavens, Tiansi had comprehended the power of the world and obtained the ancestral spirit's return to dust. He was already unrivaled in this world. Even if he could recover to his peak strength from his previous life, he would not be able to win. The only way was to become stronger. He would only have the ability to take revenge if he made further progress in his previous life and charged into the legendary 10 Directions divine realm. Yunxiao slowly sorted out the things that happened in Red Moon City in his mind. It was very likely that the master of Red Moon City, who had left the divine skill of 10 Directions on the throne, was no longer his main body, but a puppet controlled by Yutong. However, the moon pupil had never expected that there would be a human who could control the moon pupil and use it. It was because the moon pupil was very difficult to be controlled by humans. Even Gu Feiyang, who was a peak 9 stars martial emperor, had become extremely violent and his mind was devoured by the moon pupil bit by bit. It was only when he obtained the heaven-peaking eye technique in the Langya celestial realm that he suppressed the power of the moon pupil and used it for his own use. Furthermore, Tiansi had once said that his life could only continue if he obtained the moon pupil. Although the crux of the matter was still unknown, Tiansi would definitely come looking for him again. However, it would be extremely difficult to find him in the vast heavenly martial continent. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of existence and situation the ancestral spirits returning to the void was. Since it was an existence that created Tiansi, it couldn't be simple. However, after so many years, did the sinkhole still retain its will and live? Or was there only his subconsciousness and body left? Yunxiao had sorted out all kinds of things and all kinds of questions, but he kept them at the bottom of his heart and waited for them to be solved slowly in the future. The only thing he needed to do now was to become stronger as soon as possible and recover to the peak of his power in his previous life. Lord Yunxiao's talent is unrivaled in both ancient and modern times. In the future, he'll definitely be a great figure who can rule the world like a titled martial sovereign. A nine heavens martial sovereign is just the beginning. The marshal did not blame Xianxia for his rude behavior, but continued to flatter him with a smile. He was really shocked by Xianxia's talent. Unless you can completely kill him now, he will definitely be an existence you can't afford to offend in time. If he didn't properly receive the flattery now and left a shadow of displeasure on the other party, the Shui family would be in trouble when he recalled it after he became a peerless martial sovereign. As the saying went, one should not hit a smiling person. Xianxia was not completely unreasonable, so he said, "Thank you for helping me just now. If not for the uncle and nephew from the Xian family, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the martial supreme realm so easily." Marshal Junwei relaxed and immediately smiled. He said in a clear voice, "Lord Cloudsky is too polite. Even if I don't make a move, how can those two jumping clowns be Lord Yunxiao's enemy? I've long found them unpleasant to the eye, so this time my Shui family should be thanking Lord Yunxiao." What Marshal Junwei said was true. He had taken this opportunity to unify Long Valley City, and he was indeed very grateful to Yunxiao. However, the first half of his flattery was a little over the top. Xian Qiuxing was a 6 stars martial emperor, and Yunxiao had no chance of winning at all, but it would be difficult for him to kill him. "The clown has been killed. If you don't mind, Lord Yunxiao, please come to my humble home for a small gathering." "I'll do my best to be a good host," said Marshal Junwei. "What day is it now?" Yunxiao asked with a frown. "What day is it?" He remembered that he had an appointment with Baiming Lifeng and the East Sea. He also had the intention to explore the ruins of the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't miss the time. After Marshal Junwei informed him, he found out that there was more than a month left. This place was also in the eastern region, not far from Haitian town. It only took a few short-distance teleportations to get there. However, he was not in the mood for a tea gathering. He immediately said, "I still have matters to attend to, so I can't stay for long. I'll remember your hospitality, and we'll meet again when we have time." He no longer paid attention to Shui Junwei's invitation and turned around to leave. Suddenly, he saw Ziling looking up at him from the corner of his eye. Ziling's face was blank, and she stood in the crowd of people from Ink Feather Merchant Association like a wooden man. Yunxiao stopped, turned around and said, "Lord Junwei, I have a request." "I have a friend," Yunxiao said. "I hope Lord Junwei can take good care of him." Marshal Junwei was stunned for a moment before he patted his chest and said, "May I know who Sir Yunxiao's friend is?" "Please rest assured, Lord Cloudsky. As long as your friend is in Long Valley City, no one will dare to touch him unless my marshal dies." "Thank you for your trouble," Yunxiao said. "My friend is down there." He flew down first and came to Ziling. He said to Shui Junwei, "This is my friend. I'll have to trouble Lord Junwei to take care of him." In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were countless girls like Ziling. They were even more dangerous than ordinary male martial artists. Once they were unlucky, they would fall into the hands of perverts like Xian Tongtong. Ziling was stunned on the spot. The conversation between the two was not deliberately hidden, and all the warriors heard it clearly. She did not expect that the so-called friend would actually be her. Friend Ziling only felt a little dizzy and could not stand steadily. The number 1 rising star of the heavenly martial continent, the revered martial emperor, and even the Shui family's master had to fawn over him. How could he say that he was his friend? Not only did Ziling faint, but the entire Ink Feather Merchant Association was also drunk. Marshal Junwei looked suspicious. Obviously, he didn't know Ziling, nor anyone from Ink Feather Merchant Association. At this moment, Shui Xingqiao hurried forward and explained in a low voice to the patriarch. Only then did Marshal Junwei come to a realization. He patted his chest and said, "In the future, this Long Valley City will be Lady Ziling's home." He then took out a golden token and stuffed it into Ziling's hand. "This is the gold token of my Shui family. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. There will be no obstacles in Long Valley City, and I can mobilize all the experts in the city at any time. I can kill anyone I don't like." Ziling was shocked. She shivered and almost dropped the token to the ground. She felt a burst of heat in her hand, and it was extremely heavy. She almost exhausted all her strength and could not catch it. His wife had also completely lost her composure. Even she, who had always been calm and steady, found it difficult to breathe. Ziling might not know the importance of this, but she understood that this was the highest token of the Shui family. The person holding this token was like the family master himself. It was a real order of power. It could be said that with this token, Ziling would instantly become one of the most powerful people in Long Valley City. Ziling's face was red with anxiety, and she only spoke after a while. This token is too precious. I can't take it. Shui Junwei pretended to be angry and said, if Lady Ziling doesn't accept it, then you're not giving me face and looking down on my Shui family. Ziling put the token away in fear and trepidation. She did not dare to look down on the Shui family, and she knew in her heart that this great fortune had nothing to do with the Shui family, but was brought to her by Yunxiao. She stole a glance at Yunxiao, and her cheeks immediately blushed. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Yunxiao smiled and said, take this token. It's a little token from Lord Junwei. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to Long Valley City and ask Lord Junwei for help. Haha. Lord Cloudsky is extremely right. When Marshal Junwei saw Ziling accept the token, he was very happy. He laughed and said, my Shui family still has a bit of power in Long Valley City, so everyone will more or less give us some face. Thank you, Lord Yunxiao, Ziling said gratefully. Thank you, Lord Junwei. The people of Ink Feather Merchant Association all looked at Ziling with envy. They knew that from now on, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Even his wife was surprised and happy. The way she looked at Ziling had completely changed. The other three maidservants were even more envious of Ziling's good luck. Originally, they also had such an opportunity, but they had missed it. The opportunity to change their fate had been missed. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Hongmu gritted his teeth, mustered up great courage, and suddenly said, thank you, Lord Yunxiao, for your concern for my sister Ziling. Have Lord Yunxiao's injuries recovered? However, Sequoia was worried for a few days and couldn't sleep all night. It seems that during this period of time, the medicine that Sister Ziling and I gave to Lord Yunxiao every day is still effective. This time, Sequoia's heart is completely at ease. With a coquettish look on her face, she looked at Yunxiao with a burning gaze and bit her red lip. Bai Yun and Qing Cui both felt a little dizzy. This Sequoia was too eloquent and too good at taking credit for it. His wife didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and her face immediately darkened. Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to her, as if she did not exist. He turned to Ziling and said, many thanks to Lady Ziling for taking care of me these past few days. If I have time in the future, I will return to Long Valley City to see you. Hong Shan's face turned white. She knew that she would not have any chance at all. The biggest opportunity in her life was lost. She looked at Ziling's eyes, and there was a strong fire of jealousy. When Ziling knew that Yunxiao was leaving, for some reason, she suddenly felt an infinite sense of loss and emptiness in her heart. She wanted him to stay, but she knew that he would not, because he was the world's #1 rising star, and she was only a maidservant of Ink Feather Merchant Association. Even if the Shui family was supporting her at this moment, it was only because of his face. The gap between the two was like a natural chasm that simply could not be crossed. Thinking of this, Ziling's empty heart seemed to feel a little better. She hurriedly smiled and said, then, I'll wait for Lord Yunxiao to visit me in Long Valley City. Yunxiao smiled and gently patted Ziling's head. This action was like an elder looking at his child, but when Yunxiao did it, it seemed a little funny. After all, he was only about the same age as Ziling. You're not in a hurry to leave, Lord Yunxiao, Marshal Junwei said with a smile. I have something to discuss with you. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure. He was not in the mood to negotiate with Marshal Junwei, but since he had given Ziling to the Shui family, he could not turn them down. What's the matter? Marshal Junwei chuckled, and as if he was afraid of being heard by others, he sent a voice transmission over. I saw that when Lord Yunxiao broke through to the martial supreme realm. His body was shining with a golden light. It seems like he has cultivated some kind of body tempering technique. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and the look in his eyes immediately turned fierce. Although the tyrant body tempering technique had changed a lot in his hands, its appearance was still the same as before. Although not everyone had seen Ao Chongkong's body tempering technique, they had more or less heard of it. Marshal Junwei was shocked by his gaze, and he quickly said, "Lord Yunxiao, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of peeking at that body refining technique. I just have a matter that I want to discuss with you." Yunxiao knew that he was wrong, so he said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Recently, someone discovered a mysterious place more than 300,000 miles away from Long Valley City, Marshal Junwei said through voice transmission. According to the investigation, it's the place where a world-famous Almighty transformed. As that place was on the border between Long Valley City and Earth Dragon City, the relationship between the two cities was highly tense. I've also negotiated with the major powers of the Earth Dragon City with the Xian family, and we plan to explore that place together. Yunxiao immediately understood the key point when he heard that. Are you afraid that the Xian family has been destroyed and you can't fight against the power of the Earth Dragon City by yourself? So you want me to help you? Marshal Junwei's thoughts were seen through, and he laughed embarrassedly. Lord Yunxiao is indeed intelligent. That's what I meant, but I definitely won't let Lord do it for nothing. I saw Lord Yunxiao display a body refining technique just now, so you're obviously an expert in this area. That Almighty also cultivated an extremely powerful body refining technique when he was alive. If we can obtain it, it might be of great help to Lord Yunxiao's cultivation. Oh? Who was the so-called Almighty? I don't know if I've heard of it. Yunxiao had no interest in this matter at first, but when he heard that it was about body tempering, his interest was immediately piqued. After all, he was now completely relying on himself to explore the body tempering art, and he could not see the way forward at all. That Almighty was an all-powerful existence thousands of years ago, Marshal Junwei said. His name is Yu Yixian. I wonder if Lord Yunxiao has heard of him? What? It's actually him. Yunxiao was taken aback, and the look on his face changed several times. But it seemed that the marshal's eyes were filled with joy, and he knew that the matter was most likely settled. Marshal Junwei took the opportunity to strike Chen Yin while he was hot. Yu Yixian was a peerless expert in those days. He was an all-around talent. Not only was his cultivation extremely high, but he was also proficient in sorcery and body techniques. There are even rumors that he has entered the 10 Directions divine realm. This time, his ascendant's land has been discovered. We can find out if the ancient sages have really become gods. But in any case, there was definitely a great treasure inside. When the time comes, I'll let Lord Cloudsky choose one of the treasures to be distributed to my Long Valley City. At that moment, he became extremely generous. Whether it was for the purpose of asking Yunxiao for help or to get on his good side, this was an indispensable performance. Furthermore, once the Xian family in Long Valley City was exterminated, all of their properties would belong to him. The benefits from this would probably be greater than all the treasures left behind by Yu Yixian. All right, Yunxiao said without hesitation. I'll go with you. The sooner the better. It'll be soon. The marshal was overjoyed. It's an urgent matter. If it weren't for the sudden change in Long Valley City, I would have been preparing for it. It'll take another 4 hours at most. That's good, Yunxiao said. It's a good idea. Marshal Junwei immediately began to make arrangements. First, they would annihilate the remnants of the Xian family as soon as possible, and at the same time, they would entertain Yunxiao with high hospitality. At Ziling's request, the entire Ink Feather Trade Union would be settled. Yunxiao also took the opportunity to enter the Divine Realm Tablet to cultivate and stabilize his realm. After all, he had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, and his current cultivation base and body were far stronger than those of the same level in his previous life. 2 days later, everything in Long Valley City settled down. In the teleportation zone controlled by the Shui family, more than 10 people were divided into 2 groups and entered the formation, teleporting 300,000 miles away from the city. As there was no specific teleportation array between the two cities, Xianxia and the others were only teleported out from an approximate area of more than 300,000 miles, and they were still some distance away from their real destination. Led by Shui Junwei and Xianxia, the 7 of them soon landed in a deserted place, which was a continuous stretch of barren valley. Marshal Junwei took out an astrolabe and started to set the location. In the vast heavenly martial arts realm, except for the cities where humans lived, most of the places were sparsely populated and vast. If one could not determine the direction, no matter how strong one was, it would be difficult to fly out of this wilderness. Marshal Junwei pointed at the canyon in front of them and said, "It's in this direction. The distance to the target is less than 20,000 li. 20,000 miles was an extremely long distance, but it was within a reasonable range for such a general teleportation." Xianxia frowned and said, "Not only is this canyon barren, but all the spirit chi is also barren. It can be regarded as a rare place with scarce spirit chi in the eastern region. Why did you Ishin choose to die here? Is the news false?" Marshal Junwei was stunned for a moment. He started to think and said, "It's impossible to say for sure before it's explored, but this place is definitely the place where an almighty warrior transformed. This has been confirmed many times, but no one has been able to go deep into the hinterlands." "I hope I didn't come in vain," Xianxia said with a nod. All 7 of them were martial emperors. As they flew along the canyon, the terrain of the entire canyon appeared below them. Xianxia kept observing the changes in the terrain, and he could not help but frown slightly. Finally, on a protruding mountain wall, Xianxia turned and flew down, landing in front of it. Looking down from the sky, this mountain wall was like a city wall that stretched across the ground for thousands of miles, with varying heights. The people of the Shui family all frowned, expressing extreme dissatisfaction at his sudden departure from the group. Although Xianxia had amazing talent and a bright future, he was only a 1-star martial emperor at the moment. It was already very nice of them to be polite to him, but they did not expect him to keep a straight face all day long and ignore them. Feeling angry, they stopped in the air and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Marshal Junwei was more open-minded, and his vision was far better than those people. From the timing he grasped when he killed Xianxia and his extreme attempt to win over Xianxia, it could be seen that this man had the mind and bearing of a hero. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" While the other 5 men were still standing coldly in the air with disdainful looks on their faces, Marshal Junwei flew down and landed next to Xianxia, asking in surprise. Xianxia remained silent as he gently stroked the mountain wall with his hand. Suddenly, he threw a punch and punched through the wall with a bang, revealing a hole. "Haha, Lord Cloudsky is indeed formidable, punching a hole in the stone wall with one punch. Impressive, impressive." A member of the Shui family in the sky immediately began to sneer. The other people also looked at each other and smiled, not hiding their disdain at all. Marshal Junwei's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "All of you shut up! Whoever dares to speak in such a strange tone will have 5 years of their resources deducted." The expressions of the 5 people in the air immediately changed drastically. They revealed looks of disbelief. They simply couldn't believe that the clan leader would deduct 5 years of their supplies because of this. In any sect, martial emperor powerhouses would be provided with unlimited cultivation resources. In other words, they would be given as much as they could use because the importance of a martial emperor was self-evident. If the supply was cut off for 5 years, it would mean that the martial emperor would have to rest for 5 years and would not need to cultivate for 5 years. If the martial emperor did not fight and rob or find ways to obtain resources on his own, he would basically be crippled and would be stuck at his current realm for the rest of his life. Therefore, the 5 people in the sky couldn't believe that Marshal Junwei would make such a decision. However, with the dignity of a clan leader, the 5 of them really didn't dare to say anything. However, the resentment and disdain on their faces grew even stronger. Marshal Junwei also had some complaints in his heart. He did not know what Xianxia was up to, and he never cared about his face. So, he had to ask again, "Lord Cloud Sky, did you discover anything?" Xianxia wiped his hand on the wall and said, "This mountain wall that stretches across thousands of miles is not formed by the terrain, but man-made. What? Marshal Junwei's body trembled. He was obviously shocked by this conclusion. He also touched the mountain wall with his hand and asked suspiciously, "How is this possible?" It's just as Lord Cloudsky said. The spiritual energy here is so thin that it's comparable to the southern mountain range. How can there be man-made buildings here? Moreover, the mountain walls that he had touched were all pieces of congealed soil, no different from the entire earth. A small piece of soil would fall off with a light pull. Yunxiao said, "That's because the surface of this wall has been eroded too much, so it looks no different from the earth and mountains. If you touch the middle of the wall with your hand, you will find that this wall is made of extremely hard rock. This kind of stone is not rare, and it is a 6-tier material called the luminous flying stone. It can be found in many places in the entire eastern region. During the Big Dipper Sex competition, the largest arena was made of these flying jadeite stones, which already showed the great wealth of the Northern Scorpion sect. Marshal Junwei was also from the eastern region, so he naturally knew about it. His expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror. Lord Cloudsky's meaning is that this mountain wall that stretches across 1,000 miles is all cast from Tier 6 jade-light flying stones? Yunxiao also found it a little unbelievable, but the fact was right in front of him. He smiled wryly and said, "That's what I meant." How is this possible? No. Marshal Junwei shook his head. If we use 6th grade stone to build 1,000 miles, even the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation might not have the financial resources. Yunxiao flew a few more miles forward and blasted the stone wall open. In the thick stone layer, the heart of the luminous flying stone was revealed. Marshal Junwei followed them all the way. Although he still didn't believe it, the truth in front of him made him waver. The other 5 people also revealed strange expressions when they heard this. They didn't believe it no matter what. One of them snorted. Perhaps the mountain walls here have always been like this. The outside is made of congealed earth, and the inside is made of jadeite flying stones. Yunxiao turned to look at the man and said, "Do you think that the shit in your brain is already inside? You were born like this, with a pig's head on the outside and a bag of shit on the inside. You coward!" The martial artist flew into a rage and was about to flare up, but he was glared at by Marshal Junwei. Marshal Junwei's sharp eyes immediately suppressed his anger. "Lord Yunxiao," Marshal Junwei said, "could it be that this is a sparkling stone mine vein that was directly exposed from the ground, thus forming such a stone wall that spans 1,000 miles? Although the possibility of what you said is extremely low," Yunxiao said, "I can't rule it out. However, unless it's a super large mine, it wouldn't be connected in such a straight line without any chasms in the middle. But if it's a super large mine, then only an extremely small part of it is revealed. The place we're standing on should be an endless stream of jadeite flying rocks." Marshal Junwei was shocked, and he couldn't suppress his joy. It must be a super big mine. Haha, I'm really rich this time." Marshal Junwei felt that he had been taken care of by the heavens during this period. First, he had taken over all the properties of the Xian family, and then he had found such a huge mine, all of which were closely related to Yunxiao. It seems that Yunxiao is my lucky star. I must build a good relationship with him. No matter what, he refused to believe that the mountain wall was man-made. Instead, he thought that there was a super large mine under his feet. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Lord Junwei," Yunxiao said with a smile. "If you don't believe me, you can try to split the earth all the way." "All right," Marshal Junwei laughed. "Let's see if Lord Cloudsky's words are correct or if this one's guess is correct." His heroic spirit reached the clouds as he laughed out loud. A treasured sword that emitted a cold light appeared in his hand. He aimed at the mountain wall and slashed down at it from a distance of several dozen meters. The sword light directly sank into the ground, and a crack formed, which began to extend into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A slight tremor came from the ground. Due to the long passage of time, the parallel mountain walls had also collapsed. With his sword, Marshal Junwei's sword cut open a few miles and a few hundred meters deep. It was like a gash on the ground, revealing the flesh inside. The 7 of them flew down and continued to fly forward through the crack. The 7 of them were all martial supremes with extremely powerful divine senses. They had already memorized the material of the jade-light flying stone and were able to distinguish the stones in the earth vein one by one. However, all of them had extremely grave expressions on their faces. Flying all the way to the end of the mountain wall, he only occasionally discovered some scattered bits of sparkling flying stone material. This, on the other hand, proved that the mountain wall was man-made, so there were some crushed stones left behind. This time, the Shui family's people were all silent. This truly unbelievable thing had happened in front of their eyes. If this mountain wall was really man-made, then this canyon area must have been a prosperous place many years ago. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he narrowed his eyes and said, "Things are getting more and more interesting. The distribution of spiritual qi in the realm of heavenly martial arts is like the landscape of mountains and rivers, very difficult to change. If there was a prosperous city here a long time ago, it would have been a place with extremely rich spiritual qi. But now things have reversed and it has become a scarce place. I now believe that this might really be the land of Yu Ishian's feathering. He must have discovered something." He smiled indifferently. The commander-in-chief's face also turned solemn. If Yunxiao's speculation was true, the secret of this place was very likely to be earth-shaking. The rest of the people also shut their mouths, and their attitude toward Yunxiao improved a little. The group of 7 continued to fly forward, and after a few hours, the color of the landscape changed. The original yellow soil gradually turned red, and the entire earth seemed to be burning red, bright and beautiful. "Lord Junwei," Yunxiao suddenly said, "how far are we from our destination?" Shui Junwei took out the time-fixing plate and looked at it. "We should be able to reach the outer region after roughly 9,000 li outer area?" Yunxiao frowned. "What do you mean by that? Your scouts didn't even enter the interior?" Marshal Junwei forced a smile and said, "At that time, the influential families of the 2 cities were only curious about this place. They sent people to investigate 3 times. The first time, the Wei family of the Earth Dragon City did it alone. The second time, the Xian family, the Wei family, and the Du family of the Earth Dragon City did it together. Those people who were sent to investigate were all dead." Yunxiao's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise, "What? They're all dead?" Marshal Junwei's expression was solemn as he nodded. "He's dead. That's why the 2 cities and 5 clans joined forces for the 3rd time. Our Shui clan sent Elder Shui Shanli, a peak 4-star martial emperor expert, with 4 other people to investigate. There were more than 30 people from the 5 clans, and there were as many as 9 martial emperor powerhouses. However, only 4 of them managed to survive and leave. Shui Shanli wasn't in their group at the moment. He was in another group from the Shui family, and no one knew where he had been teleported to." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. "There are so many people here, but none of them have entered the inner area. How did they die?" "He died from a restriction?" The warrior whom Yunxiao did not like earlier snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Why must it be a restriction? Can't it be killed by demonic beasts? As you can see, the spiritual qi here is very thin, and even the most powerful restrictions have been reduced to dust after thousands of years." Yunxiao frowned and gave him a cold look as he said, "Even a pig like you knows that the spiritual energy here is thin. Would there be a demonic beast stupider than you who would stay here to cultivate this by?" The martial artist's face was covered with a layer of ice. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to do so. He could only snort and say, "No matter what you say, the ones that attacked elderly Shan and the others were demonic beasts, and quite a few at that." Yunxiao frowned and looked puzzled. "Young Master Yun, you're wrong this time," said Shui Junwei. "This is also a suspicious point that I didn't think of before. The spirit qi here is so thin, so how can there be so many high-level demon beasts? There are mid-level, 9th-level demon beasts just in the outer area. It doesn't make sense now." Yunxiao frowned and said, "If that's the case, it's really interesting. We're almost there. I'm also looking forward to it. What interesting things did Yu Ishian leave behind?" Marshal Junwei shook his head with a wry smile. He had learned Yunxiao's character after spending a few days with him. It was this kind of unruliness, as if nothing could make him face it seriously. Under those calm eyes, there was always a sense of vicissitudes that made even him feel palpitations. They soon arrived at the location recorded on the time-fixing plate. The 7 of them stopped in the air and looked ahead. It was a boundless plain with pale red gravel spread out on the ground, without any signs of life. Yunxiao's divine sense was extremely powerful, and he soon found that there seemed to be something wrong with the space in front of him, and there was a hidden danger. He pointed his finger in the air, and a ray of light shot out, quickly disappearing in front of him. "The space here is very chaotic," said Marshal Junwei. "Once we enter, anything can happen. Let's wait for the others here." Yunxiao nodded and looked up at a certain spot in the sky. "Someone has already arrived. Come out." Marshal Junwei and the others were shocked and immediately looked in that direction. A moment later, the space there began to fluctuate and several figures appeared in the sky. They were all wearing the same green robe and all of them had expressions of disbelief. Marshal Junwei looked at everyone and snorted coldly. "So it's the Wei family of the Earth Dragon City. Is it fun to hide in the void?" The patriarch of the Wei family, Wei Dongyang, smiled faintly and said, "Lord Junwei must be joking." Then his eyes fell on Yunxiao and sized him up. He could not help but be secretly surprised. The young man was so young, but he was already a martial emperor. He was so young that it was hard to believe. He couldn't help but size it up a few more times before saying, "This little brother looks unfamiliar. How did you see that we were hidden in the void? Can't you just scan it with your divine sense?" Yunxiao said indifferently, "Are you hiding very well?" A man of the Wei family snorted angrily. "You must be joking. We used a high-grade hiding talisman. No one can detect us without the divine sense of a 9th-tier alchemist." "Are you a 9th-tier alchemist?" "Let's not talk about whether I'm a 9th-tier alchemist or not," Yunxiao said. "In order to hide from others, you're willing to use a high-grade hiding talisman that can cover a large area. Your intention is a little strange, isn't it?" Marshal Junwei's expression also changed. He looked at the Wei family in confusion and said coldly, "That's right. Brother Dongyang, can you explain?" Wei Dongyang gave Yunxiao a meaningful look, then smiled and said, "Everyone is being overly suspicious. After all, this place is a dangerous place. For the sake of safety, we hid in the void. When we saw you coming, we were planning to come out and meet you." This explanation was too far-fetched, but since the other party was unwilling to say, the Shui family had no choice. "Oh," Marshal Junwei replied indifferently. He obviously did not believe her. Although they had joined forces to search for the treasure, they still had their own thoughts. Moreover, the Wei family was the first family to know about the existence of this area, so they had the most information about it. Wei Dongyang saw that Shui Junwei didn't believe him and smiled faintly. He didn't continue to explain and said, "There has been news in the past 2 days that a shocking change has occurred in Long Valley City. Lord Junwei and the second young master of the Xian family both took a fancy to a maidservant and fought with each other. In the end, the Shui family destroyed the Xian family. Is this news true?" Shui Junwei's face darkened, and he said while sweating, "It's just a rumor. I didn't expect Brother Dongyang to believe it. Do you want me to look down on you? I don't believe these rumors. However, the news that the Xian family was exterminated is true, right?" Wei Dongyang's eyes were shining as he stared at Shui Junwei, not letting go of any expression on his face. Marshal Junwei was also a sly old fox. He laughed and said lazily, "Long Valley City's matters will be handled by us. Brother Dongyang knows too much and meddles too much. This is not a good sign." Wei Dongyang cursed under his breath, but he was still smiling. Sir Junwei is right. From the looks of it, the Xian family won't be participating in this joint operation." Seeing that Shui Junwei didn't reply, which seemed to confirm his thoughts, Wei Dongyang squinted his eyes slightly. No one knew what he was thinking, but then he pointed ahead and said, "This place seems to have become more unstable after our multiple explorations. When we passed by here before, it was hard to notice anything unusual. Now, as long as we pay a little attention, we can find that the space is distorted. This time, we must go deep inside and figure out everything." This time, almost all the experts from our 2 cities have come out. We will definitely be able to get inside. Your Wei family knows the most. You have to share more useful information with us. Sir Junwei, you're being too polite, Wei Dongyang said in surprise. We've already announced everything we know. Marshal Junwei snorted. He wouldn't believe this, so he said indifferently, It has been so long. Why are there only people from our 2 families? Where are the people from the Du family and the Qin family? They're eager for quick success, Wei Dongyang said with a smile. They didn't listen to my advice and have already entered. What? Marshal Junwei's body trembled, and he said in shock, We agreed to explore together. Why did they go in first? Wei Dongyang laughed. I don't know about this little brother. Maybe they think their strength is enough and don't want to work with us. Humph. Humph. Shui Junwei snorted coldly, his expression complicated. From what Sir Junwei said just now, Wei Dongyang said, I don't think anyone from the Xian family will come. How about we go in too? The marshal looked into the distance. There were 2 groups of people, and he did not know why the other group had not arrived. Wei Dongyang saw his hesitation and asked in confusion, Does Sir Junwei still have any concerns? Just as Marshal Junwei was about to explain the reason, he suddenly heard Yunxiao's voice in his ear. His face changed slightly, and he said, No worries. Since that's the case, let's go. We're all newbies here for the first time, so we'll have to trouble you to lead the way. That's easy, Wei Dongyang said. We should all work together and advance and retreat together. After he finished speaking, he stepped into the distorted space with the Wei family. They had only taken 1 step when their bodies became distorted in front of the Shui family, and they could only see a few black dots in the distance. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him and began to think. Shui Junwei turned around and asked about the telepathic message. These people from the Wei family seem to have a guilty conscience, Yunxiao said. Lord Junwei, you can leave a message here, and we'll understand immediately when the other team comes. If there really is a problem, we can coordinate from the inside and outside so we won't be forced into a passive position. Marshal Junwei's heart sank slightly. He seemed to realize that this trip would not be simple, and he agreed with Yunxiao's opinion. He took a step forward and immediately cast a few incantation seals to form a golden circular array that slowly disappeared into the void. He then said, As long as the other group of people arrive here, they will be able to find the message I left behind. Lord Cloudsky, let's go. The group of 7 immediately stepped into the area in front of them and felt the slight movement in the space in front of them. They realized that they were already thousands of meters away from their original place. The Wei family was waiting for them not far ahead. The 7 of them hurriedly followed. Marshal Junwei said, Brother Dongyang, after entering this area, I feel like I'm isolated from the outside world. It gives me a very dangerous feeling. I wonder where the Du and Qin families have gone. That's right, Wei Dongyang laughed. Feels dangerous. They should be deep inside by now. From here, the area a few thousand li ahead is considered the outer region. You have to be careful of danger at all times. I said it's dangerous, and it's here, a member of the Wei family suddenly said. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked forward. They saw a wild wolf that was half the height of a human standing 100 meters away. The black and white fur on its body formed a strange pattern. Its eyes were emitting a green light as if it was watching the direction of everyone. Yunxiao was very curious. He spread out his divine sense and found that the wild wolf exuded an extremely fierce aura in its quiet state. It was an 8th-tier demon beast. It was no wonder that the masters of the 2 cities and 4 families had all died here. It seemed that it was very likely that there were 9th-order monster beasts in the outer area. However, the spiritual qi here was thin, so why would these monster beasts exist here? Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils gradually turned into blood moons. The power of the moon pupils spread out as he looked over. The wild wolf's body suddenly trembled, and it let out a low howl. It jumped back a few meters, lowered its tall front body, and was ready to attack at any time. It looked over in this direction with extreme vigilance. Yunxiao grew suspicious. With the power of his lunar pupil, he could see through all illusions, so the wild wolf did exist and was by no means an illusion. The green light in the wild wolf's eyes became even more intense, and a fierce light flashed. As if it had sensed something, it growled a few times in a low voice, then suddenly turned around and ran away. After a few flashes, it disappeared in front of everyone. Why did he escape? A man from the Wei family revealed a suspicious expression and said, "According to our previous investigations, no matter what kind of demonic beasts we encounter, they are not afraid of us at all. Even if they don't take the initiative to attack us, they will just watch from afar. There has never been a situation where they escape." This man was the one who had come in to investigate earlier. His name was Wei Qiren, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. "Oh, there's such a thing? Why doesn't my Shui family know?" Marshal Junwei's face immediately darkened as he said, "Brother Dongyang, you call this information sharing? Such important information has never been revealed." The Wei family was the first to enter this area to investigate. Before the other families entered, all the information was passed on by the Wei family. As for the previous few times they had investigated, whether someone had died or not, it was completely up to them to say with their eyes closed. From the looks of it, the Wei family must have hidden a lot of information. Marshal Junwei's expression turned uglier and uglier. Wei Dongyang laughed. "Lord Junwei, you're overthinking. What kind of information is this? This place is deserted, and the demon beasts here rarely see humans, so of course they won't be afraid. Isn't this normal? As for the wild wolf from before, it should have been intimidated by the pressure from Lord Junwei's body." Haha. Humph. Marshal Junwei snorted coldly. He naturally didn't believe it, and his vigilance was raised to the highest level. Yun Xiao was the only one who knew that the wolf must have sensed the power of his lunar pupil, which was why it was frightened away. These demon beasts with low intelligence, although their spiritual awareness was extremely low, their sensitivity and nature were far above human beings, especially the spirit dog-type demon beasts. Their sense of perception was even more difficult for human beings to reach. After that, along the way, they continued to discover many individual demonic beasts. From time to time, they would appear on the ground. Sure enough, none of them escaped. They all watched from a distance. Sometimes, there would be demonic beasts swaggering past in front of everyone, as if they didn't care at all. After traveling for thousands of miles, Marshal Junwei said coldly, "Brother Dongyang, I've seen a few demonic beasts along the way, but none of them were aggressive. They don't seem to be as dangerous as I thought. I wonder where did the 9th rank demonic beasts that attacked us go?" Wei Dongyang's face also revealed a suspicious look as he muttered, "It's indeed strange. Could it be that the Du and Qin families have eliminated it? It doesn't look like it." There were no signs of a fight along the way. Suddenly, Wei Qiren cried out in alarm. He pointed ahead and said in fear, "Wind! That black wind!" A black whirlwind suddenly appeared on the red gravel, blowing forward at an extremely fast speed. In front of them, a huge scorpion-like demonic beast was entrenched on the ground, and it suddenly started to run away madly. However, as soon as the giant scorpion moved, black wind caught up with it. After it swept across the sky, the giant scorpion disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. After the black wind swept away the scorpion, it blew in a parallel direction for a few hundred meters before gradually dissipating. This Tao Wu, what about the giant scorpion? Cold sweat broke out on Marshal Junwei's forehead. This was too strange. It was completely gone with the wind? He had noticed that giant scorpion long ago. It had peak tier 8 strength. Wei Dongyang's face was also a little pale as he said, "This black wind is the most common and dangerous thing in this area. It seems to contain the power of space, and anything it touches will disappear." Wei Qiren licked his lips. Actually, the most dangerous thing isn't the black wind. It's a red demonic beast that's mixed in with the sand on the ground. It also has the effect of shielding divine sense, so it's impossible to tell it apart. You'll fall for it if you're not careful. Suddenly, Yun Xiao reached out his hand and beckoned. A fist-sized red sandstone on the ground immediately flew into his palm. He clenched his 5 fingers but didn't touch the stone. Instead, He controlled it with Emperor Qi and said indifferently, "Is this the type of demonic beast you were talking about?" Wei Qiren's expression immediately changed, and he said in horror, "Yes, yes, this is the thing. You can actually tell?" Everyone was shocked. When Yunxiao grabbed it from the air, they thought it was just a stone, and when they used their divine sense to scan it, they found that it was no different from an ordinary stone. But now, when they looked carefully with their naked eyes, they found that the stone was constantly moving and emitting a red light, as if it was trying to break free from Yunxiao's control. Fear appeared on Wei Qiren's face as he said, "This type of demonic beast is one of the few that we've discovered so far that will take the initiative to attack people. It's also very difficult to deal with, and it seems to have an immortal body. If you crush it, you can still return it to its original state." Yunxiao frowned slightly. He had also discovered that this sandstone-like thing should be the same species as the stone beast, but they were distant relatives. However, its self-healing power was the same. "You said that this thing is aggressive?" he asked. "Yes." Wei Qiren nodded. "Every time such a thing appears, someone from our side will die. Because it's hard to guard against it, it's impossible to discover it with divine sense, and it's difficult to find it in this vast land with just the body." Yunxiao's face flickered when he heard that. He hurriedly shot out a beam of light from his hand, and a profound level weapon was unsealed in the air. It was Xianxia's supreme Yang umbrella. Back then, the power of the sword diagram had directly devoured the remaining skeleton of the Yuan Yang umbrella. After the battle, Yunxiao had put it away and given it to Yuan Gaohan to refine it again, restoring it to its original state. As soon as the item appeared, the first person to turn pale with fright was Marshal Wei. He had seen the umbrella being shattered into an umbrella frame by the Divine Realm tablet with his own eyes. But how could it be intact now? It had only been 2 days, and even a 9th-tier alchemist might not be able to repair it. Besides, Yunxiao had been under his watch for the past 2 days, and no one had helped him repair the umbrella. Just as he was petrified, the supreme Yang umbrella opened up in the air. All kinds of patterns appeared on the umbrella, and a defensive barrier opened up, enveloping everyone. The Wei family members were confused and became alert, thinking that he was about to suddenly attack. Suddenly, a large number of sand and stones suddenly surged outside the barrier of the supreme Yang umbrella, like thousands of raindrops. Bang, 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 and fell down. Every one of them shook the barrier, and a red light was emitted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the overwhelming light outside the umbrella. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Those red light attacks were not strong, but suddenly appearing in tens of thousands. No one could resist it. After a brief moment of shock, Wei Dongyang looked at Yunxiao with a serious look. The latter must have some kind of rare treasure that could detect such existences, just like how he could easily find them hiding before entering this area. The barrier on the supreme Yang umbrella gradually shrank under the attack of the thousands of red lights, and seemed to be unable to withstand it. With a calm expression, Yunxiao clenched his fist, and the sandstone in his hand immediately turned into powder and scattered on the ground. "Careful," Wei Qiren exclaimed. "It won't die. It'll attack again." Everyone looked at the pile of powder vigilantly. It scattered on the ground and blew directly into the gravel, but there was no reaction. What's going on? Why you killed it?" Wei Qiren was puzzled. How did you kill him?" He was completely stunned. They had thought of all kinds of ways to deal with these things before, but they had all returned without success. They were almost immortal existences. "It's nothing," Yunxiao said indifferently. "As long as this thing's heart is broken, it will be completely dead." However, their hearts were extremely thin, like the powder after their bodies were shattered. It was impossible to find them, which created the illusion that they were not dead. "I can easily find their hearts and kill them like ants." "Tao Wu, could it be that your consciousness is this powerful?" Wei Qiren could not help but be shocked. Only those abnormal alchemists with powerful divine sense, who could control any tiny changes among the thousands of materials, could distinguish the heart of this thing. "You're overthinking it," Yunxiao said with a smile. I've only cultivated my spirit eyes, and I can see some things you can't. Everyone suddenly realized and dispelled their doubts. One by one, they vigilantly looked at the red gravel outside the Yuanyang umbrella. The attacks of these stones were not strong, but their suddenness and complexity. As long as they were on guard, they would not be a problem with their strength. This little brother doesn't seem to be from the Shui family? Wei Dongyang asked. Marshal Junwei's expression turned serious. He didn't know what Wei Dongyang meant, but he was sure that it wasn't good. A guest of the Shui family, Yunxiao said indifferently. I'm here. Wei Dongyang asked further. Guest? As far as I know, the Shui family doesn't have a guest elder like you. Yunxiao sneered and said to the marshal. Lord Junwei, do we need to report to Lord Dongyang of the Wei family in the Earth Dragon City if the Shui family has any guest warrior? Marshal Junwei snorted heavily. The enmity on his face increased as he said, Of course not. So, you think it's necessary? Yunxiao asked. Sir Dongyang, do you think it's necessary? Wei Dongyang's heart broke out in sweat as he said awkwardly, This little brother must be joking. He quickly changed the topic. Why does this umbrella look a little like Xianxuaren's Supreme Yang umbrella? It looks almost exactly the same. Yunxiao's face darkened as he cried out angrily, Wei Dongyang, we are facing a great enemy and danger. As the head of the Wei family, you don't think about how to defeat the enemy but keep asking this and that. I want to ask, Lord Dongyang, what are your thoughts? If we don't intend to defeat the enemy, I'll put away this little red umbrella right now and our two families will part ways. He looked fierce but was actually cowardly, and his face was full of anger. He immediately rebuked all of Wei Dongyang's various probes. The people of the Shui family all had cold and stern expressions as they looked at Wei Dongyang. The marshal's prestige was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with joy and he cheered loudly. Wei Dongyang's face darkened. Only then did he realize that this kid's tongue was more powerful than his cultivation. He thought he would be the easiest to deal with since he was young, but he didn't expect to get a bite out of him. What are you saying? We naturally have to work together. How long can this little red umbrella last? I was angry just now, Yunxiao said. I've hurt my primordial qi. I'm afraid I can't hold on for more than 10 minutes. Wei Dongyang wiped his sweat and said, All right, little brother. You can put away the little red umbrella. I'll use a unique skill to cut out a path to the sky. As long as we cross this red gravel, we'll be in front of a field of barren hills. All right, Yunxiao said. He made a hand seal and the small red umbrella closed up, flying back into his hand. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of sand and gravel attacked, catching everyone off guard. Your sister. I asked you to close the umbrella, and you didn't even say hello. Everyone went mad in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They hurriedly circulated their primordial qi to form an enchantment around them to block the incoming gravel. Their faces were livid, and they wished they could kill Yunxiao with one slap. Wei Dongyang was also sweating hard. Knowing that Yunxiao was doing this on purpose, he could not care less. With a loud cry, a stream of primordial qi burst out of his body, pushing away a large amount of gravel. Then, with a wave of his hand, a blue jade ruler emerged and flew into the air. The jade ruler turned into a bridge in the air and continued to extend, leading to the other side. Let's go! Wei Dongyang shouted, stepped on the jade ruler, and left. The green light on the jade ruler kept shrinking as he left, and a large amount of sand caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. The rest of the people's hearts trembled. They also killed their way out and followed the great path bridge opened up by the jade ruler, flying toward the other shore. At this moment, the sand that covered the sky and the earth gathered together and turned into two giants that were more than 100 feet tall. One of them stepped forward and chased after the jade ruler, while the other roared and raised his fists, punching towards the remaining people. Bang! A few people had just stood on the jade ruler when the gravel giant's fist blasted down. The green light on the jade ruler was reduced sharply, and those people could not stand steadily, teetering on the verge of collapse. Wei Dongyang was shocked. The people who stepped on the Jade Ruler were all members of his Wei family. He hurriedly drew a seal in the air and pointed it directly at the body of the ruler. With his fingertip as the center, a golden symbol was derived from the Jade Ruler. At once, a burst of golden light emerged and shook the gravel giant away. Its huge fist shattered in the air, but it condensed back together in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Wei family member who had boarded the Jade Ruler had already advanced a few thousand meters and escaped from the dangerous area. Seeing that it was hopeless to pursue them, the gravel giant turned around and attacked the remaining people. In addition to Xianxia and the other 7, there were 2 other men who had failed to board the Jade Ruler. Their faces were pale, and they could not pass through the 2 gravel giants. What made them frown even more was that the gravel giant was getting smaller and smaller as they fought it. The stones on its body kept breaking out, turning back into individual bodies that stopped and flew around in the air. It was even more difficult to deal with. Wei Dongyang only cares about running for his life. Everyone follow me. Marshal Junwei snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of rays of light gathered in his hand, and a huge iron ball was suspended by a chain. He held it in his hand, and with a loud roar, he grabbed the iron ball and slapped it forward. Instantly, it swept across the sky like a meteor. Bang! One of the gravel giants was struck by the hammer and its chest was pierced through on the spot. The golden light Emperor Qi around the meteor hammer instantly shattered the entire giant into countless stone fragments that shot in all directions. Marshal Junwei took a step forward and pushed the meteoric hammer in front of him, pushing forward at an extremely fast speed. The people of the Shui family were all overjoyed and hurriedly followed behind. Marshal Junwei turned to the other 2 Wei family members and said, "The 2 of you are not allowed to follow me. Otherwise, humph humph." His unkind gaze immediately stunned the 2 men. The ecstasy on their faces instantly turned ashen. One of them was unconvinced and said, "Lord Junwei, the 2 families should work together to overcome this difficult time." A member of the Shui family couldn't help but angrily shout, "Humph, spend your sister's time. Did Wei Dongyang care about what happens after we die? Call him to save you." Marshal Junwei looked at Xianxia, signaling him to come over quickly. "I'll go first, Lord Junwei," Xianxia said after a slight hesitation. "I'll be right behind you." "What?" Marshal Junwei was stunned. At this critical moment, everyone wanted to leave as soon as possible. Why would someone stay? When he saw Xianxia's calm face, he had no time to ask more questions. With a loud cry, he punched the meteor hammer, sending out tens of thousands of golden beams that shattered all the red gravel that came from all directions. Then, he pushed the meteor hammer and flew away at high speed. The 2 Wei family members' faces turned pale, but they also followed from a distance. They didn't dare to follow too close or too far away. They were basically helping the Shui family to cover their retreat. Xianxia was indeed the calmest one. The red gravel seemed to not dare to get too close to him, because all the companions who had attacked him were basically dead. Although the red gravel was not very intelligent, it knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. When it saw that everyone had fled, it quieted down all of a sudden. Many of them circled around Xianxia, but they did not dare to attack him. Xianxia snorted coldly. His sharp eyes turned into blood moons, and the power of the moon pupils spread out, absorbing all the sand in an instant. The remaining gravel giant was also stunned for a moment. Then, it saw the divine realm tablet transform, and a burst of world power was derived. Like a huge vortex, it sucked in all the red gravel. The gravel giant let out a low growl and raised its fist to punch down, but a soft sound entered its ears. Pupil technique Helios Luna. After that, the gravel giant's eyes gradually became hollow, and its entire huge body continued to disintegrate and be absorbed into the divine realm tablet. A moment later, Xianxia had collected all the red sand that had filled the sky. The red eyes looked around and made sure that there was no red gravel left. Then, it made an incantation gesture and put the divine realm tablet back into its body, turning into a ray of light and flying away. After the gored little King Kong was half dead by the ice flame on the rainbow stone, Xianxia had been thinking about how to save it from that state. Last time, He had obtained a large amount of memory origin gold from the MU family, which could speed up the recovery time of a 9th-tier mystic artifact body. These red gravel were obviously the same species as the stone beasts, and they had great research value. As he flew, he did not encounter anything aggressive. In the distance, he saw a yellow wasteland, and everyone was waiting for him there. As soon as Marshal Junwei saw him, his worry was immediately swept away, and he was overjoyed. Wei Dongyang, on the other hand, frowned slightly, and a hint of gloominess flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it very well. He went forward very enthusiastically and said with a smile, "Little brother's ability is indeed extraordinary. You're able to stay safe by yourself." "Lord Dongyang is the one with extraordinary skills," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "You left first, and you're fine." The smile on Wei Dongyang's face immediately froze. Yunxiao's sarcasm in his face made him extremely embarrassed. As the head of a family and the leader of a region, he had been rudely retorted by a junior time and time again. He was so angry that he had the intention to kill Yunxiao. Marshal Junwei took a step forward and walked between the two of them, disrupting the cold atmosphere. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Brother Dongyang, after passing that red area just now, this should be the inner area, right?" Wei Dongyang put away his killing intent, but the look he gave Yunxiao was getting more and more unkind. Naturally, Yunxiao did not take him seriously. He was still as calm as ever, with his arms crossed over his chest, as if he would not be nervous even if the sky collapsed. Wei Qiren shook his head. "It's not like what Sir Junwei said. The barren land in front of us is the intersection between the outer and inner areas. Only by going over will we truly enter the inner areas. We don't know what happens after this area." Everyone looked into the distance and felt that the sky was dark. Their divine sense could only circle around this barren land, unable to extend any further. "There's something strange about this area, but it looks unusually calm. Sir Qiren, please tell me what dangers there are." Marshal Junwei frowned. A hint of fear appeared in Wei Qiren's eyes. "Everything we see may not be real. Every step we take changes the scenery in front of us. This is definitely not an illusion." "One step, one scene," Yunxiao said. "It's not an illusion? What's that?" Wei Qiren swallowed his saliva and said, "I can't explain it clearly, but everything is real. Perhaps there is a huge formation here." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he carefully observed the man. Indeed, he had a strange feeling. He couldn't help but think of the Four Seasons' unique formation set up by the light of the throne on the demon land. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the four poles changed. There was a formation within the formation, and it also achieved one scene with each step, constantly rotating in the four spacetime. In the end, if Noah's boat hadn't appeared and its power had overshadowed the eye of the formation, the unaging mountain, he might have fallen in it. "The other two are missing, but I think there's a high chance they're trapped," Wei Qiren said with a bitter smile. "In that case," Yunxiao said, "let's hurry and save them." Everyone looked at him with disdain as if they were saying, "If you have the guts, then go save him, you idiot." Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he took the lead and walked straight over. Everyone held their breath, shocked by Yunxiao's courage. He had walked more than 100 meters alone, almost deep into the wilderness, but nothing seemed to have happened. "Lord Qiren, it doesn't look as scary as you said," Marshal Junwei said suspiciously. Wei Qiren's mouth was wide open, and he did not understand. Judging from Yunxiao's appearance, he was indeed fine. At that moment, Yunxiao was standing alone hundreds of meters away. He suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "There's nothing. I can already see the end ahead. Are you all going to wait for me to pass through before you leave?" The people from the two families exchanged a look. Since someone had confirmed that there was no problem, they naturally became bolder and began to step into the gate one after another, walking toward Yunxiao. Suddenly, Wei Qiren cried out, "Look! Why is there a lake?" Everyone was greatly shocked and suddenly looked to the right. Sure enough, there was a lake quietly lying on the wilderness not far away. The sunlight shone on the lake, but it gave people a strange feeling. The group of more than 10 people were all martial emperor powerhouses. They had no idea when this lake had appeared beside them. It was simply unbelievable. Marshal Junwei's expression turned ugly. Is this lake really not an illusion? God knows, Wei Qiren said bitterly. We've been here several times, but we've never seen this lake. Everyone's heart trembled, and they became more and more vigilant. The danger of this treasure hunt might be above everyone's expectations. This lake is real. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Startled, everyone hurriedly turned their heads and saw Xianxia standing quietly behind them, looking at the lake with a gleam in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Luo, how did you get behind us? A member of the Shui family was taken aback, and everyone had a strange look on their faces as they had the same question. They turned their heads and found that Xianxia, who had been far away from them, had indeed disappeared. This place is already mysterious enough, Wei Dongyang shouted angrily. Stop playing tricks. Xianxia turned around and looked suspicious as he said, What do you mean by acting mysterious? The man from the Shui family was stunned for a moment before he said, You were just a few hundred meters in front of us. How did you suddenly appear behind us? Xiao's eyes were filled with confusion, and then his face changed slightly as he said, You guys saw me in front of you? Of course, if it wasn't for you. As the man from the Shui family spoke, his voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes were filled with horror. Xiao's question had already explained a great problem. No one was a fool, and they immediately understood the situation. What do you mean? Shui Junwei was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of us this whole time wasn't you? You weren't the one who called us in? As soon as I entered this area, I saw the so-called one step, one scenery, and I saw the lake in front of you, Xianxia said in a deep voice. I observed it for a while, and it is indeed real, not an illusion. After that, I saw you guys walking over as well. Furthermore, you guys ignored me and just walked past me, directly walking in front of me. Oh? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, immediately feeling cold all over. What a joke! Wei Dongyang's face was livid as he said angrily, This joke isn't funny at all. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him, and his face grew solemn as he said, Because this is not a joke. Tell me everything you've experienced. Marshal Junwei immediately explained the situation briefly, and everyone felt their blood run cold. Xianxia did not say a word after hearing that, and he fell into deep thought. Marshal Junwei couldn't help but say, Lord Cloud Sky, have you thought of something? For some reason, Marshal Junwei felt that Xianxia was the most reliable one among them. The longer he spent time with him, the stronger this feeling became. It was a natural aura of a king that subtly influenced the people around him. Suddenly, Wei Zihua, a Wei family warrior, trembled and said in surprise, Lord Xianxia? Li Yunxiao, you are Li Yunxiao, the number 1 rising star. Everyone in the world knew about the battle in Red Moon City. Although no one from the Wei family had participated at that time, Yunxiao's portrait had spread all over the world. As Wei Zihua was in charge of intelligence work, he had felt that Xianxia looked familiar at first, but he could not remember who he was until now. All the people of the Wei family were shocked. They naturally knew Yunxiao's name, and even Wei Dongyang was taken aback. Besides, everyone knew that Xianxia was a 6-stars martial supreme, and his martial Dao foundation had been destroyed, making it difficult for him to make any further progress in his life. But now, the strength displayed in front of them was that of a martial emperor, which shocked the people of the Wei family. The Battle of the Red Moon City had only happened a short while ago. Even if he had been a peak 6-stars martial supreme at that time, it was impossible for him to break through to the martial supreme realm in such a short time. What made Wei Dongyang even more uneasy was that everyone knew that Xianxia had a very good relationship with Red Moon City. Although something had happened in Red Moon City and there were undercurrents in it, it was by no means something the Wei family could afford to provoke. No wonder this brat looked like he didn't care about anyone, and even Shui Junwei was polite to him. After knowing Yunxiao's identity, the little bit of killing intent in Wei Dongyang's heart was immediately gone, and instead, he felt a resentment toward the commander's prestige. He knew that this man was a tricky iron plate, but he still watched him walk into it step by step. Wei Dongyang's tactful face was revealed again as he forced a smile and said, "So, it's the number one of the rising stars. No wonder his strength is heaven-defying." Dongyang's eyes were dim. "I hope Lord Yunxiao doesn't blame him." Wei Zihua also laughed in embarrassment. After the battle in Red Moon City, Lord Yunxiao's name spread throughout the world. "I originally wanted to go and see Lord's glory, but after the Immortal land closed, the entire Red Moon City was in turmoil, and it has become a place of trouble." Wei Dongyang gave him an appreciative look. Wei Zihua's words were just right. When he mentioned the affairs of Red Moon City, he could also indirectly speculate the relationship between Yunxiao and the current Red Moon City. If the relationship was not strong, he would not need to be careful. Yunxiao frowned and said, "A place of trouble? Are you referring to the matter of City Lord Jiang?" "City Lord Jiang?" Wei Zihua's body trembled and he said in surprise, "What's wrong with City Lord Jiang? Could it be that Lord Cloud Sky knows of City Lord Jiang's news?" After the Immortal land was closed, Jiang Churen never appeared again. It was mostly because of the rumors that he had already died. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the Four Extremes sect to forcefully enter. However, rumors were just rumors. No one could be 100% sure of the life and death of such a peerless figure without any definite news. A cold look gradually appeared on Yunxiao's face as he said in a cold voice, "If it's not about Jiang Churen, what do you mean by a place of trouble?" After he fell unconscious, he stayed in Long Valley City for 2 days before coming to this strange place. He knew nothing about the changes in Red Moon City. Wei Zihua was taken aback for a moment, then immediately explained the current situation in Red Moon City. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his aura spread out uncontrollably. His face was terrifyingly dark as he said, "What did you just say? Tang Qing of the Four Extremes sect has become the leader of the Red Moon City." At this moment, his heart was already in turmoil, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. With such a change in the Red Moon City, Ning Qiue was most likely in trouble. Otherwise, he would never allow such a thing to happen. A green light flashed in his hand, and a jade card appeared. It was the life-saving talisman that Ning Qiue had given him. She had asked him to crush it in times of danger so that the other party could locate him at any time. Looking at the jade pendant, his expression was extremely uncertain. He wanted to press it down and break it several times, but he resisted the urge. Holding it in his hand, he felt that it was getting heavier and heavier. Wei Zihua was taken aback. He immediately had many speculations in his mind. He asked carefully, "Lord Cloud Sky, are you all right?" The killing intent in Yunxiao's eyes was almost frozen. Even though all the people present were martial sovereigns, they still felt a bone-chilling coldness. Under the monstrous killing intent, they could not help but take a few steps back before they could breathe a sigh of relief. Yunxiao put away the jade pendant and slowly calmed his mind. After experiencing the matter of the end of time, he had returned to the body of a martial emperor, and his mind was calmer than before. "I'm fine." Everyone gave each other a strange look. Yunxiao's behavior clearly showed that he had something to do, and it was a big deal. He was a typical insincere man, but no one was stupid enough to ask. Not to mention that the killing intent Yunxiao had just revealed had suffocated everyone. It was enough to show that his true combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, this matter concerned Red Moon City, which was not something they could afford to provoke. The smartest choice was to play dumb and not know anything.